Llewellyn,
Vice Chair,
Vice Chair
yes,
Llewellyn,
here.
Chairman Barney,
Yes, here.
all in attendance.
Okay, with that, I think we're ready.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hope everybody had a pleasant week and weekend. We're here to resume the hearing before we start the actual evidence. The very first matter, the defendants filed a motion to stay the proceedings today. The motion I have doesn't have a file stamp on it. It's dated February 7th, 2025, so that would have been last Friday. It says it was served on the Civil Service Commission last Friday and on the adversary. It's the director's motion. It's just a two-paragraph motion to stay the proceedings based on the fact that Director Jenkins Gray has filed a motion for judgment on the pleadings in the circuit court case. And the motion for judgment on the pleadings was also filed by the director on February 7th, according to this. And that says that motion is based on the city's, the mayor's, and the commission's default in failing to timely file an answer to the verified petition filed by the director, and it doesn't say it, but that's in the circuit court case number 2422-CC 11699. And then it says, in support thereof, Director Sonia Jenkins Gray attaches hereto the following: a copy of her motion for judgment on the pleadings as to count 2 of her verified petition, and a copy of the verified petition for writ of prohibition, mandamus, declaratory judgment, and injunctive relief, which admissions and favorable ruling on the motion for judgment on the pleadings will render these entire proceedings moot, and the verified petitions accompanying exhibits. The city filed a response. The documents have been reviewed by the 2 commissioners and by me. I would rule that the motion for stay is denied. I don't see any legal basis for doing it, and essentially the judge's order that I think was referenced the very first day of the commission, Judge Moriarty's order, when the director sought to stay the proceedings by filings last December. Judge Moriarty ruled on December 30th, 2024, in that circuit court case, that the circuit court declined to order the Civil Service Commission hearing stayed. And there's nothing in the motion that legally points out any reason why there's been any change since then. Just the mere fact that pleadings have been filed in a circuit court case, and that line about admissions and favorable ruling on the motion will render, well, that's of course if the circuit court deems there to be admissions and makes a favorable ruling, which may or may not happen in the circuit court case. So my ruling would be that the motion is denied. I've asked the commissioners to review they've reviewed the documents as I understand it, and asked them to what they want to do with the motion.
Well, before anybody rules on anything, may I be heard on our motion?
All right, briefly.
Okay. Good morning.
I mean, do you have, Mr. Norwood, good morning, sorry, but hopefully when you say you'd be heard, to state a legal basis why the commission should or would be required to stop the proceedings now?
Yes.
All right,
All
go
right.
ahead.
Well, as the court well knows, as Your Honor well knows, and you've
Formerly a court.
right, formerly retired judge who's handled these sorts of motions, which is a motion for default really motion for judgment on the pleadings based on default. And we believe that our filing with the court on Friday, which we provided and attached to our requested motion for a stay, makes clear that, number one, they're in default. No question about that. They didn't file an answer to the count two. Count two is separate and apart from count one, which related to the writ. And as Your Honor knows, the standard for a writ is much different. We're talking about a whole different standard, right? And as the court is aware of that, hopefully the commission is aware of that, the commissioner. So, and what she did was, she said that with respect to the granting of an extraordinary writ, she wouldn't allow it because of the suggestion of exhaustion, meaning go back to the commissioners and address that issue before. Count two, on the other hand, is a count for declaratory judgment. And the rules for declaratory judgment make clear that, and this is referenced in our verified petition, that exhaustion remedy is not a defense, is not a basis for denying declaratory relief. And the rule is explicit in that regard. And I'm going to quote from that rule in 1 minute once I get a copy of the verified. In fact, I have a copy of the verified petition that we attached to make a part of this record as well. And in count two, for the declaratory judgment, and we cited this for counsel, we made it clear to counsel our position as related to that particular count. And Rule 87.02C, there's a specific provision that talks about declaratory judgment in respect to agency rules. It says the power of the courts of this state to render declaratory judgments shall extend to declaratory judgments respecting the validity of agency rules or the threatened application thereof, and such suits may be maintained against agencies whether or not the plaintiff has first requested the agency to pass upon the question presented. In other words, exhaustion is not a defense. And the judge's ruling with respect to why she wasn't inclined at that point to enter the extraordinary relief of a writ has nothing to do with count two. Count two required them, after the ruling, we were in there on January the 3rd arguing before Judge Moriarty on the limited issue of a preliminary writ. And the rules required them then, once she ruled, the following week, by our count, to file answers to the remaining counts. Count two being the declaratory judgment relief, and count three being the injunctive relief. They did not do it. Plain and simple. And they've admitted they did not do it, which under all of the rules, as this court is well aware, places them in default. No question about that. And so what does that mean? Well, what that means is that our filing as to count two has been deemed admitted by the city and by this commission, since Mr. Garvin, who is representing commission, likewise is in default on your behalf for not filing an answer timely within the 30 days of them accepting service on your behalf and on behalf of the city. Now, and they cite this and they acknowledge this. The governing rule, as the court may well be aware, is 44.01B, which covers a situation where, like this, a party is in default by failing to file an answer. And it says that in order to seek leave, which is what they've attempted to do in their filing, that they hurriedly put together, we filed our filing by noon, I believe, on Friday. They responded by 5 or 6 o'clock on Friday. And what it says is, 44.01B, Supreme Court rule, by the way, says that in that circumstance, in order to file a tardy answer to avoid having admitted everything we've alleged is that they have to establish, and this is from the rule, quote, excusable neglect. Not just neglect, but excusable neglect. And they recognize and cite the cases that set forth the standard for excusable neglect. And I'm going to quote from the Missouri Supreme Court. Holmes versus Union Pacific Railroad, 617 Southwest 3rd, 853, Mobonk, 2021. Quote, excusable neglect is the failure to act not because of the party's own carelessness, inattention, or willful failure to act, or willful disregard of the court's processes, but because of some unexpected and unavoidable hindrance or accident. We don't have any unexpected or unavoidable hindrance. We don't have any accidents that precluded them from filing a timely answer to our verified petition, which, for the commissioners, what the verified petition means is that it's under oath. She swore to all of those statements in that verified petition. No response of any sort. Nothing verified, nothing sworn. There have been a lot of allegations thrown around, unverified allegations. We filed verified allegations with that court. So there is no basis to ignore this requirement of excusable neglect. In their response, interesting a response. First of all, and we don't have a response yet from the commissioner, so I won't address that today. But in the response from the city and the mayor, Mr. Harris and company say, well, there was never formal service on the city and the mayor, and therefore, there's no service. Well, what Mr. Harris ignores is the fact that, number one, he filed an entry of appearance. Number two, he took a request for a change of judge, which was granted. Number three, he went in there in the court and actively argued in favor of not entering the preliminary writ. And as this court is probably aware, all of those activities means that they have accepted service, means they are in the case. They can't sit on the sidelines, jump in the case, make successful arguments, successfully seek a change of judge, and then jump out of the case and say we weren't properly served. And the cases bear that out. And we will lay those cases out to Judge Moriarty when she addresses our motion, okay? The other thing counsel says, actually, they direct this to Norwood. They say Norwood didn't give us a heads up that Norwood messed up and allowed us to mess up. And in one of the cases we cite, the Irving versus Palmer case, 580 Southwest 3rd, 15, 2019, App Eastern District, 2019. They raised a similar argument in response to a default. And they claimed that the council had a duty to let them know before they went in and obtained a default judgment against them. And the court, in a laughing manner, rejected it. And what the court said, and I'm reading from that Irwin opinion at page 21. The Palmers contend that as part of the lawyer's ethical duty of candor to other lawyers, Irvin's counsel owed plaintiff's counsel a duty to alert him that his clients were in default, and that the Irving's counsel intended to seek a default. Same argument they're making before Judge Moriarty. And the court says the Irving's counsel owed his duties, owed his clients undivided loyalty and duty to advance her interests. I represent her. I don't represent the city. The city's paying them to represent them. They're paying them to keep tabs on what their obligations are, paying them to file timely answers to complaints. So to suggest that they put that off on me is laughable. And then the court goes further and says, quote, when the Palmers failed to file a timely answer, Irving's counsel's pursuit of a default judgment on behalf of the Irvings was certainly within the bounds of the law and advanced their clients, their interest in this case. And then it goes further, it says, quote, it appears that to require an attorney to inform his adversary of a default stands athwart, whatever athwart means, I have to look that one up, athwart the attorney's duty to zealously represent his client. What we're doing here is simply advancing our client's interests as we're ethically obligated to do. It has nothing to do with personal as to them or Mr. Garvin. It has to do with the fact that they are in default. And what they're suggesting is that this tribunal go forward, wrap everything up, have us go through the expense of submitting proposed findings and conclusions, and have this body then render a determination that if we're right, is not worth the paper it's written on. It's a waste of time, a waste of money, a waste of energy. And as Vice Chair Flewellen suggested, why should we waste any time? We shouldn't waste any time if, in fact, they're wrong. If they're not wrong, fine, we'll come back and we'll finish. But if we're right, then what that effectively means, per the filing, is that they've admitted these allegations, suggesting that the charter prohibits two commissioners from acting without a full commission, that it prohibits the use of a hearing officer, that her due process rights have been violated, that the whistleblower ordinance governs this process. And we've got a second motion I'd like to bring up regarding why there is no jurisdiction based upon the evidence, which is totally different than what's been filed in the past. They've admitted, essentially, that the city council and her office is disqualified from any involvement.
They have not admitted that.
They've admitted it
They've
if they're in
disputed
default.
it.
They have not disputed it in the context of count 2, which is a declaratory judgment count, Your Honor.
They have not, where,
If they're in
I do
default-
not want to waste time by
No.
asking you where in the pleadings they make an admission like that, because there is none. I've read their
The
response.
rule, as the court well knows, says that if you don't answer, you're deemed to have admitted it, right? I mean, am I wrong about that, Your Honor? Right? That's the rule. That's what the Supreme Court has said, not Ronnie.
Missouri Rules of Civil Procedure, you're correct.
Okay, so we've got admissions on the part of the city, the mayor, and the commission that the whistleblower ordinance vests exclusive authority with the comptroller's office as it relates to the investigation of claims directed to Director Jenkins Gray. Disqualification of the city council's office. That's admitted. The commission has been tainted by improper contacts with representatives of the mayor's office and the continued involvement of the city council's office. That's been admitted. The commission is prohibited from proceeding with any public hearing under any new, unwritten, modified procedures that the commission intends to follow. All of that's been admitted. If we're right, we may be wrong. But why should we waste time and money for nothing? And so we submit that the impact of that default, as this court is well aware, means they've admitted our allegations. They have a burden to get around. I don't see where excusable neglect would fit in, since I don't know about any accidents. We did have some snow, but that was only a few days. That didn't stop them from filing everything else they wanted to file in this case. It clearly didn't stop them from filing in that case.
What's the cite on this Irving case?
The Irwin case, which is in our motion, is what's in our motion filed with the circuit court. And the Irving site is Irving versus Palmer, 580 Southwest 3rd, 15, Mo App ED, 2019. And then there's another case we cite in that case, the Solomon case. Solomon versus St. Louis Circuit Attorney's Office, 640 Southwest 3rd, 462 Moab ED, 2022. And it says, Quote, in that case, moreover, defendant also failed to show requirement under 3 of the rule, that being excusable neglect, providing the trial court with authority to grant leave to file the pleadings out of time, meaning that in the absence of showing that excusable neglect, which is what happened with respect to the St. Louis Circuit Attorney's Office, and that case involved a Sunshine Act violation and allegations and a lawsuit arising from that, that failure, that absent of excusable neglect, means that they've admitted it.
Has your motion motion for default, has that been set for a hearing in Judge Moriarty's division?
We went Friday online to set it for a hearing through the normal electronic docketing, and the earliest hearing date they had was March the 4th. We signed up for that, but it's our intent to reach out to the court and get in there sooner rather than later so we can have the issue disposed of. But as it stands right now, that's the earliest available hearing date that was made available to us on Friday when we signed it up for hearing.
And that's just the day it might be heard, not the day it might be decided.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So at the very least, it'd be a month before this case could go forward if you're wrong.
Right, if I'm wrong. However, again, and we've made this argument before, what is the rush? She's here, she's operating, she has her personnel operating, the city is operating, personnel actions are being made. There is no reason to rush other than their rush to try to get this done while she's still the mayor, right? If she's not the mayor, then maybe it'll go to the next mayor. But that's not for this commission to decide, because this whole case is about the absence of politics. Politics shouldn't be driving this train. What should be driving this train is fundamental fairness. What should be driving this train is the charter. What should be driving this train is this commission's obligations to protect the very civil service system that she's being viciously attacked for protecting. So these politics aside, there is no reason to rush. So whether or not we have to wait till March or April or May to get it right, so be it.
You might have to wait till March to get the decision in this case. We haven't finished the evidence yet. As you know, the rules give both sides 2 weeks to file briefs. So even if you said we're done right now, it'd be 2 weeks from today before we'd file briefs. Then the commissioners have to review the briefs of both parties and all the evidence, and then make a decision. And you're talking about it's February 10th already, so it'd be February 24th if we finish today, that the briefs would be due. We'd be into March, probably before the commissioners could determine a decision at the earliest.
Right, but why waste time and effort and doing all and rolling up your sleeves and having us bill and bill the city and bill our client for putting together some submissions that may all be moot if we're right?
And if you're wrong, then we've wasted time and money by hearing your motion this morning.
We've lost some time to get it right.
No, I said if you're wrong.
Right, I'm saying. But all we've lost is some time to make sure we get it right.
All right.
Which is what I'm sure the commission would like to do in this matter.
All right. I'll ask each of the commissioners if they want to discuss it further or not. All right. I think the commission was ready to vote on your motion, and both commissioners tell me they're still ready to vote. So
Yeah,
my ruling was that it be denied. The question is, do the commissioners adopt my ruling or not?
And I would move that we adopt the ruling of the hearing officer.
I'll second.
Call it.
Chairperson Barney?
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Fluella?
Yes.
All right. So
And
that,
let me say this in light of that vote, if I might. What we have on record now is the two commissioners voting not to stay in action because their lawyers have them in default and haven't admitted that, And I would
No,
submit.
there's no because there. That is not why they have voted.
Well, what I'm saying is this, that they should be disqualified from voting on the motions on their own lawyer's default.
They're not voting on their own lawyer's default. They're voting whether or not to deny your motion to delay the proceedings.
Right.
That's what they're voting on.
And that is a conflict of interest because of the fact that it involves them and their filings by their lawyers and that other case.
Which was all included in your arguments in front of Judge Moriarty, basically.
No, because this issue wasn't presented to Judge Moriarty. There was no default at the time we went to Judge Moriarty. We weren't dealing with count 2 when we were dealing with Judge Moriarty. So the suggestion that she dealt with it is not accurate for the record.
When did the time run out on the filing, on the default?
Well, by our count,
Right. When are you saying they were in default?
no, and this is in our filing, so let me get it, so make sure I get it right, okay? Under our count, 30 days from the date they received the answer, the city of St. Louis's answer was due no later than January 11, 2025. Mayor Jones's answer, because there was a delay in Mr. Harris's firm entering an appearance on behalf of the mayor, was due by January 15th, 2025. And the answer from the commission and the commissioners, who were represented by Mr. Garvin, and are still represented by Mr. Garvin as far as I know in the case, was due no later than January 11, 2025. And that's laid out in the motion we filed with the circuit court.
So, you're saying that they were in default as of those January dates,
Yes,
all three parties?
yes.
And that date was before the first hearing date. You could have brought this up, you could have filed this before the first hearing date. Your claim that they were in default could have been made before we even started the hearing.
Well, to be-
Now that we've denied your original motion to delay based on the circuit court's ruling of January 30th, now we've gone on and spent time and money on a number of days of hearings. We're actually at the point where we see the light at the end of the tunnel, not to quote Robert McNamara, but at any rate, and I don't know for sure exactly how soon we're going to be finished, but we're certainly closer to the end, I think, than to the beginning. But we are wasting time now. The commissioners have voted, the ruling, motion's denied, we're ready to proceed. Further evidence? There was a witness, was there a witness on the stand?
I believe that Mr. Boyd was still on the stand.
Oh, yeah, we have a couple of other motions we filed as well. Can we be heard on those?
Other motions?
Yes.
What are your other motions?
Well, we got a motion with respect to, and I'll let Mr. Jared Gillen argue that motion. It relates to the authority of this commission to go further based upon the undisputed evidence that's coming to this record regarding what is purported to be a delegation of authority.
All right. Do you have, when were these filed? Have these-
Everything was filed, well, let me.
Friday, okay.
Let me set the
I do
table.
not
I
have,
saw it.
go ahead.
That is one motion, along with the motion to stay, and we also filed a motion to extend the amount of time for some of these witnesses. But we'd like to take up this motion, which we
You
think.
mean the time to examine them?
To
based
time to
on- okay.
examine, yes.
But the motions were filed Friday. I didn't get a copy. Did you get copies?
I did.
Did you get? All right, the two commissioners have copies. So go ahead, Mr. Dillon, you're going to argue this?
And he has extra copies for your honor.
All right, yes, please. Okay, thank you.
I'll take print. I saw it in electronic print.
Oh, well, I have it here, I don't have to look for it, thanks.
All right, thank you. We have your motion printed, so you may proceed.
All right. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first, it's nice to formally get to introduce myself. You know, I might be known as the guy who hands out the papers, organizes the binders. Take a lot of pride in that, so if you guys have any critiques, let me know. But yeah, I am Jared Gillen. I'm Mr. Norwood's associate on this case, representing
How do you spell your last name, Jared?
Gillen.
Thank you.
And Mr. Norwood likes to joke with me that the ink's still drying on my law degree. And he might be right. I'll admit, I couldn't tell you with certainty where that degree is at the moment. That's a problem for another day. But I do have...
You did get admitted to the bar, though.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have my bar card, so I have that at least. But I do just want to say something really quickly. And everything that I've seen in this hearing so far, you know, seems to contradict what I spent the last 3 years doing. I mean, con law wasn't my best subject. Again, I'll be forthcoming about that. But, you know, we hear all this stuff about a waste of time, and, you know, we reheard last week all the motions that should have been heard on day one. And we put case law in our motion to reconsider all motions, which I'm happy to give you guys a copy. I mean, we have case law that says an administrative agency in terminating an employee must follow their own rules. And so as much as we just talked about Mr. Norwood standing up here and wasting time, why did we rehear all these motions? So to me, I mean, I just thought, I can't even imagine walking into my con law exam and thinking, oh, you know, well, maybe due process shouldn't apply today. That's, you know, I can't even imagine how badly I would have failed that test.
What motions are you saying?
So in our,
No, I'm saying, not what motions.
our motion.
When you say an agency must follow its own rules, then the agency you're referring to is the Civil Service Commission, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're saying the commission failed to follow its own rules when we heard your motions to reconsider motions?
Well, I'm saying last week when we took 2 hours in the morning to rehear all of our motions, I mean, those...
You're
those,
saying that violated our rules?
Yes, because all the motions should have been heard on day one.
So we should not have reheard your motions?
Well, I guess my thought is, and I'm happy to grab, I have it highlighted over there, but an agency, the Civil Service Commission, is supposed to abide by its own rules to
Sure it
comport
is,
with
but
due
you're
process.
saying that we, the commission, were wrong. I shouldn't say we. The two commissioners were wrong when they heard your motions, but you're the ones that asked us to hear your motions.
I'm saying on
I
day
mean,
one.
not you personally, Mr. Norwood, argued the motions.
Yes.
You filed the motions.
Yes, we did.
Nobody stood up last week and said, you're not following your rules, you shouldn't be hearing these motions. I didn't hear that last week.
Judge Swain, I'll clarify. I guess
Okay,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
saying
Yes.
is when we filed all those motions on day one, when the notice of public hearing says all motions will be heard and considered, that cited case law I'm talking about is saying that the Civil Service Commission should have abided by its own rules from day one to comport with Director Jenkins Gray's due process rights.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll move on from there and get into the substance of the motion itself. So, initially, well, not initially, I guess ultimately, our position is everything that's happened up to this point, there was never the proper authority to do that. Nowhere in Article 18 does the mayor have the ability to conduct an investigation. Article 18 is very specific in that the commission, the Civil Service Commission, and Director Jenkins Gray, as the Department of Personnel chair, are the only bodies that can conduct an investigation under Article 18. Further, Director Jenkins Gray, in the Appointing Authorities Exhibit 11, they threw in the "and all mayoral appointees" language. By definition, under Civil Service Rule 1, she doesn't even classify as a mayoral appointee. And finally, as we've heard,
By she, you mean Director Gray?
yes, sir.
You're saying Director Gray, by Civil Service Rule 1,
Yes.
is not a mayoral appointee,
By definition in that rule, yes, sir. And I'll get to that.
and that's because she was hired by who?
I mean, the mayor is technically her appointing authority. I'm not disputing that. But if you go to the actual rule itself, which I'm happy to address now.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to read this. Mayoral appointees fall within Civil Service Rule 1's definition of accepted position An accepted position constitutes any position in the classified service not subject to the provisions of Article 18 requiring competitive tests of fitness for appointment and such other provisions as, by their terms, apply specifically to competitive positions alone, but which are subject to all other provisions of Article 18 insofar as consistent with the law and the exception. The following described positions and no others shall be deemed to be accepted positions. And subsection 2 says, all positions of heads of principal departments and of independent agencies that are filled by appointment by the mayor. So, Section 8 of Article 18 is very clear in that for Director Jenkins Gray to get her job in the first place, she had to do this testing that under this definition excludes, she had to do the testing under Section 8, which differentiates her from other mayoral appointees. So, by that logic, we're saying in the effort to quote-unquote procedurally sanitize, as we heard Mr. Boyd testify to on the stand, what they added to that delegation letter doesn't even encompass Director Jenkins Gray. And further, going back to the first point I wanted to make, I do want to read...
Well, before you go to that, what provision required Director Gray to undergo the testing?
To do what, I'm sorry?
What provision of what?
Oh, Article 18, Section 8.
Section 8 required the director of personnel to be tested?
Yes. In order to be chosen as director, she had to undergo competitive testing, which is specifically excluded under Civil Service Rule 1's definition.
Okay. Go ahead then.
So, sorry, I'm going to go back just a little bit. So, essentially what we're arguing is that all these actions should be void ab initio, as in they have no legal effect, or they should be deemed ultra-virus, which is essentially the same thing. And the term ultra-virus has a broad application, including both acts prohibited by charter and acts in excess of powers granted and not prohibited. State ex rel sub Temple of Cynthian Sisters versus Cook, 136 Southwest 2D, 142, 146. Mo Appellate Court, 1940. Where a certain act is expressly prohibited, its performance is to be held void because such is the legislative will. Marshall versus Knights of the Maccabees of the World, 270 Southwest, 418, 419 Mo App, 1925. And legislative will in this context doesn't specifically pertain to lawmakers themselves. The Missouri Supreme Court recognized in Kansas City versus Frog that the legislative will that's being discussed in the context of charters relates to those who adopted the charter. So in this case, the people of St. Louis. And finally, from that case, the power which a city may exercise through the constitutional grant of the right to frame and adopt a charter are those powers which the people of the city delegate to it under its charter if unrestrained by constitutional limitation.
Okay, let me interrupt you there before you. Is that the end of the quote?
No, sir, I got a little bit
I'm
more.
going to ask you to go back when we resume, and you can say this last part again. We need to take a short bathroom break, 5-minute bathroom break, okay?
Sure.
Yes.
Anybody needs to use the restroom, go ahead and use it. We're back on the record, and Mr. Gillen, I cut you off there, so if you want to just finish or go back to the point you had cited something, and then you were reading a quote. If you want to go ahead and read the whole thing, the quote.
Yes, sir. So I'll pick up with the powers which a city may exercise through the constitutional grant of the right to frame and adopt a charter are those powers which the people of the city delegate to it under its charter, if unrestrained by constitutional limitation. Therefore, a city's power to act, therefore not the power to act, except as limited by the power reserved in its charter and uncontrolled by general law, but it is the power to act which has been delegated by the General Assembly under statute or by its people under the charter. So, if we hop into Article 18 itself, we've already covered the delegation of authority letter. It specifically gives Mr. Jared Boyd the mayor's power under Article 18 and Article 18 alone. So even if somewhere else in the charter the mayor has the power to investigate, the delegation letter is specific. And if you dive into Article 18 itself, the only people with the authority to conduct investigations are you all, the Civil Service Commission, and the director herself. There is a section that recognizes the mayor can, request a special investigation, but it's still conducted by the director of personnel. And if you think about the underlying purpose of Article 18, what we spent a great deal of time addressing last session, it makes sense. Trying to deter political interference, how much sense would it make to allow the mayor to conduct an investigation on the front end, sit through this entire proceeding, and then ultimately have her make the final say at the end? That doesn't, the way that the Article 18 is set up, it makes sense that the mayor wouldn't have the power to conduct the investigation in the first place. And also, too, we could have looked to the charter for an answer here. We heard sworn testimony up there that, because Director Jenkins Gray and Mr. Anthony Byrd were both implicated in this matter, we didn't really know what to do. Well, unlike the vehicle policy, it took me about 20 seconds to find Section 25 in Article 18, which specifically allows Director Jenkins Gray to delegate her investigative authority. So, she could have delegated to someone like Sylvia Donaldson, a disinterested party, someone that could have actually conducted the investigation and determined whether or not this was malfeasance, whether to write the pre-termination letter that would have comported with the charter. And so I've already briefly addressed my second point. Director Jenkins Gray isn't a mayoral appointee within the typical definition. And finally, as we've heard too, whether or not those last two arguments have any merit to you all, the investigation in determining whether to bring the charges of malfeasance against Director Jenkins Gray, it was already happening before the August 23rd delegation of authority letter. So all that case law I wrote, it's void. It's against the legislative will of the people. They were clear in adopting the charter that, one, the mayor does not have that power. She can request it, but through other people. But yeah, the mayor's office essentially acted in excess of the power it was granted, and therefore these actions should be void. So.
All right, Mr. Hirsch, you want to address it?
Mr. Steiner.
All right.
Commissioners, hearing officer, my name's Andrew Steiner for the appointing authority.
And how do you spell Steiner? S-T-E-I-N?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
E-R? N-E-R?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you, Andrew.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I'll be brief, and I do mean brief. First of all, the legal argument here is the same as the motion to quash the investigative subpoena. There are additional facts, perhaps, that the director has pointed out, but the basis, the legal basis is the same, and that's already been ruled upon. It's been denied. The motion to quash investigative subpoena has been denied, and the motion to disqualify this commission due to supposed procedural issues has already been denied. Any additional arguments about that are repetitive and waste this commission's time, as is usual. Second, the charter, Article 7, Section 1, the mayor is the chief executive officer of the city. She has general supervision over all executive affairs, including her appointees. The director has admitted that she's an appointee. Any sort of commission rule that is allegedly in conflict with that charter provision, well, it will fall to the charter. Third, the investigation, allegations of the investigation was improper. I'm having a lot of trouble connecting the dot between the commission not being able to hear evidence, testimony, and the initial investigation being improper. I don't see how those two are connected. Fourth, a suggestion that a subordinate of the director should have been the one to investigate her as a disinterested party seems ludicrous. We've already heard, for example, testimony from employees of the director, including Sylvia Donaldson, that were effusive of praise. And therefore, to have someone with a close personal relationship be the one to do the investigation seems ridiculous. But I think, all in all, Your Honor, you've already ruled on this. The commission's already ruled on this. I don't think that there's been any change in the legal argument that would warrant a change of your decision, and therefore we ask you to deny this motion.
All right, and did you say, Mr. Norwood or Mr. Gill, besides this motion, you had another motion, is that right?
Yeah, but I think
Yes,
he
sir.
wanted to just use a couple of minutes to
If you don't
respond.
mind, just to respond.
Respond first.
Yes, sir.
All right, very briefly.
Okay, so addressing the motion to quash to begin with, you know, we heard last week, and Mr. Harris raised this point. Judge Sweeney, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you agreed with this point. Mayor Jones has a lot going on, and I'm not contesting that. I'm not disputing that. But at the same time, I mean, too busy to come in for, what is it, an hour and 50 maximum to be on the stand. So doesn't that make sense that because the mayor has so much going on, the charter delegates the investigative authority to someone else in the first place? Second, to address Mr. Steiner's point, yes, Section 7, it does outline the mayor's powers and duties, stating, the mayor shall be the chief executive officer of this city and, except by law or in this charter otherwise provided, have and exercise all of the executive power of the city. Article 18 is clear. That's another portion of the charter. Article 18 specifically delegates investigatory authority to other parties besides the mayor. And even if Section 7 applied, she only delegated her authority to Boyd under Article 18. And to the point about it being ludicrous that, you know, we have a subordinate of the director, it doesn't have to be Sylvia Donaldson. I'm sure Director Jenkins Gray would have been very open to at least having a discussion of who should conduct the investigation rather than going around the charter and ending up where we are now.
Okay. All right, now, you had another motion. What's the other motion?
Your Honor, yes, we do have a third motion, and it is denominated as Director Sonia Jenkins Gray motion to extend the time necessary to properly examine certain witnesses. When we went down this path, first of all, the rules were changed after they presented their case and after they had a full opportunity, 2 days and more to examine the director, and no restrictions on their ability to examine their witnesses. And then after they finished their case, then they put guardrails on us. 35 minutes with respect to examining witnesses. Trying to examine Mr. Boyd is like trying to grab a fish in a pond because he was intentionally evasive. He didn't answer the questions. He's constantly looking at his watch, which suggests to me that he's trying to run out the 35 minutes. And we're hamstring here. Here in our case, we can't fully examine witnesses, particularly squiggly witnesses like Mr. Boyd, right? And so we believe, I think an hour is too restrictive. But in this case, and in the case of the other few witnesses we've been able to, the commission has allowed us to call, we believe that a full hour, it's not ideal, but 35 minutes is too much. And then we have Mr. Harris here.
I think you meant too little for you.
Too little for me, but I'll take whatever I can get right now because I'm hamstrung. Mr. Harris, as he, I guess, should be doing in his effort to run out the clock, here the most consequential witness, I believe, in this whole case, and the most disinterested witness in the whole case, Ms. Sylvia Donaldson, talked about political interference, talked about how they tried to interfere with places, and they didn't ask her any questions. And the question is, why? The reason is because he didn't want to give me an opportunity to come back to redirect and get my 20 minutes. It's obvious he's trying to run out the clock. And what we're trying to do is to make a record so that we can adequately defend our client. So right now, as the clock reads, we've got 9 minutes to finish up with Mr. Boyd, and then we have 35 minutes to do whatever witnesses, and if they decide for whatever reason not to cross, that's the extent of it. And what we're asking the tribunal to do is to allow us a full hour for the remaining witnesses we have, and if they decide not to cross them, that's up to them. It fits within at least the current framework in terms of finishing up by tomorrow. And you know, 25 minutes, although it's not extra minutes, although it's not a lot, it at least allows me to get more in depth on these critical witnesses that we like to call in full defense of the case. And actually, my client would like to make a statement, if that's permitted. I don't know, you know, on that point.
Arguing a motion?
No, stating for the record, since it's her life and her livelihood on the line, and talking to this commission about why she has a fundamental problem with this.
Well, I'm sorry, Ms. Gray, no. This, Director,
Okay.
this is a legal argument and motion. That's something for the lawyers to argue. So,
Can I be allowed to make my statement after they've finished making their motion and arguing the motion?
Well, let me object. I mean, this is way out of order and irregular.
But this is not a court.
Director, why don't
Yeah.
you take your seat again?
Okay.
And let Mr. Harris respond, and then your attorney can respond to Mr. Harris, and then Mr. Norwood, if you have a further request, you can make it at that time. Go ahead.
I mean, he
Mr.
mentioned
Harris.
Sylvia Donaldson. I mean, the reason we didn't cross-examine Sylvia Donaldson was because we didn't think she had anything important to say. So there was no reason for us to cross-examine her. With respect to, let me just correct something that is stated in their motion and that Mr. Norwood stated here just a few minutes ago. That the motion that we filed to enforce time limits on, you know, examination of witnesses was filed, you know, before our case ever came to a close, and those time limits were actually enforced by the commission while our case was still being heard. In fact, it wasn't until we reached, I believe it was witness Bianca Lambert, that those time limits started to be enforced. It was not after we finished our case, in which case, you know, we get to spend as much time as we want, but then limit their time. No, those rules, those limitations were imposed when Bianca Lambert, who was a very important witness, testified. So let's just correct the record. And then with respect to the notion that they need more time to examine Mr. Boyd, I mean, first off, he's already testified once, and so they had a shot at him then. And now that he's been on the stand this second time, they have spent an inordinate amount of time going back over territory that they already went over when he testified the first time, like the date of September 3rd and the pre-termination notice that he sent out. I don't know how much time he spent the second time that he was on the stand on that issue. Also, they spent additional time on the delegation of authority issue that was covered when he testified the first time. So this is not Mr. Boyd or us, you know, using up their time. It's them going back over old territory and spending an inordinate amount of time on it, arguing with the witness back and forth, asking questions that we made several objections that questions were asked and answered that were sustained. And so that's them using up that time that they have. And I mean, I think that the request for additional time to examine whatever witnesses they have left is basically in keeping with their effort to drag this thing out, you know, and I mean, an example of that is, you know, the time that they have spent, you know, on these motions, these fresh motions that they filed on Friday. And I wouldn't be surprised to see additional motions maybe this evening, so that we can spend some more time tomorrow rehashing, you know, arguments that we've gone over before. So we strenuously object to this request to extend time to examine witnesses. We ask the commission to deny it as unnecessary.
All right, Mr. Norwood, any
Yeah,
response?
just to respond briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
25 minutes, extra minutes, to allow us to finish up, and if we're gonna stay on track for tomorrow, I mean, I don't see the harm to anybody to allow a fully developed record so that the commission can decide the case based upon the facts and the evidence presented. And I think it was pretty clear to the commissioners that trying to get them to answer an obvious question, Mr. Boyd, that is, was difficult, even for a skilled cross-examiner like me, because he was ducking and dodging and weaving and asking me to repeat it. I mean, you know, and 25 minutes in the scheme of things is nothing when we're talking about the removal of a director that's never been done in the history of the city of St. Louis. So what we're asking for is not, and I don't think an hour limitation is sufficient, quite frankly. I've never been limited on cross-examination to 35 minutes. But the extra 25, I think, would at least help mitigate the challenge we have with dealing with witnesses who are flaunting this commission by evasive answers to questions, and it's fairer than what we have at the present time. And when Your Honor talked about these limitations over our objection, I believe you said that, well, let's see how it flows. We see how it flows, and from our standpoint, this requires, particularly with this particular witness and other witnesses we have, because to tell our story, people should be allowed to tell their story so the commission has the information to make the decision.
All right, did I hear you correctly that you're saying that even if we were to grant you 25 extra minutes past the 9 more that you have left with your 35-minute time limit on direct of Mr. Boyd, even if we allowed that, you're still saying you expect to finish tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, depending on what they do, absolutely.
Well, I mean, when you say depending upon what they do, are you talking about the length of their cross-examinations of witnesses that you call? Or you mean if they do something unanticipated?
Well, I believe last week or so, you inquired about whether or not they would call some rebuttal, and he was non-committal on that. But assuming no rebuttal, and even factoring in their cross-examination, we believe we can finish tomorrow with closing arguments in the afternoon and move forward.
All right. I think just from a way to proceed here, Mr. Boyd is here. He's on the stand. So let's begin where we left off. You can use the 9 minutes you've got, and then we will allow cross-examination to begin, which will take us to the lunch hour, I believe. And once we get there, we'll break for lunch, and the commission can then consider your motions over the lunch hour. All right. But certainly, since it's conceivable, I don't want to speak for the commissioners, but it's conceivable that your motion for more time might be denied. So I certainly urge you to be concise. And Mr. Boyd, I'd urge you to answer the question. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What time? Okay, I got 11 after 11.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Boyd, welcome back. It's your position, I believe, that everything that you and Sarah Baker have done as it relates to investigating my client has been with the authorization from the mayor of the city of St. Louis, correct?
It's our position that we conducted a lawful investigation. Is that what you're asking?
No, that's
Yes.
not what I'm asking you. Is there anything,
Listen to the question,
Okay.
Mr. Boyd.
Okay.
is there anything that you've done or Sarah Baker has done as it relates to your investigation of Director Sonia Jenkins Gray that wasn't authorized by the mayor of the city of St. Louis?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, so everything you've done and haven't done would have been in the authorization of the mayor, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, and that includes these phone calls you had with Dean Perry Dibo, correct?
They were conversations to try and expedite, like I said, or facilitate a hearing.
No, let's focus on that first word, to
Okay.
expedite, right? That was the reason you were hounding him, because you wanted to get rid of her sooner rather than later, correct?
I simply wanted to make a way to try and get this process started.
Sooner rather than later, correct?
As I stated before, I was just trying to facilitate this process from starting,
Okay.
to start.
Let's turn to Respondents Exhibit 6, which is the phone records. I think we talked about that before, right? You remember those phone records with your phone number and Dean Dibo's phone number? You remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you indicated that at some point you reached out to Mr. Dean Dibo to discuss the date for the hearing notice, right?
Yes.
And did you call him?
Yes.
All right. And what date did you call him?
I don't recall.
All right. Well, the notice went out when?
I don't have the notice in front of me. It's sometime in August.
Okay. All right. If these records show a total of 22 calls in a 45-day period, would you have anything you could share with us to dispute that?
I have not reviewed these records thoroughly, so
All
the
right.
answer is no.
All right. So let's go to the entry on 10/1/2024. Previously, we identified that. We're not going to read into the record as your phone number, correct? (10/1).
Yes.
That's your phone number, right?
Yes.
And it looked like you called him, correct? Says incoming, since it's his records, it would have been, and called to him, correct? Mr. Dean Dibo.
That's what it says.
All right. And you talked to him for 4 minutes, right?
That's what it says.
All right. What'd you talk about for that 4 minutes?
I don't recall that specific conversation.
All right. That was on the first. Then on the second, you called him again for 2 minutes, correct? Incoming?
Yes.
All right. What'd you all talk about then?
I cannot recall the nature of that conversation.
All right. And then if you turn to November, I'm sorry, if you flip down to November, well, actually, there's a call it appears you made on 10/30/2024 for a total of 9 minutes, correct?
I'm still flipping. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me help you out since the clock is ticking.
Okay.
All right? Talked to him for 9 minutes, right?
Okay.
You called him for 9 minutes, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. What did you all talk about for that 9 minutes?
I don't recall the nature of that conversation.
Okay. All right. And let's go down a couple more pages. On 10/6, you, looks like there was a
10/6
1 minute call.
October 6th or November 6th?
11/6, I'm sorry.
Okay.
See, that looks like a 1 minute call that you made, right?
Yes.
And then on the next day, there was a 7 minute call that you made, correct?
Yes.
On 11/7/24, is that right?
Yes.
And then on 11/11, you tried to, or you called him again, it looks like maybe 1 minute. On 11/11/24,
Yes.
and then on 11/12/24, another call, right?
11/12/24?
Yeah?
Yes.
All right, then 11/13, 2 other calls, right?
Yes.
And then on 11, oh, actually, we get to further down, there's a 3rd call, right?
Yes.
And then on the 14th, you called him again, right?
Yes.
And on the 15th, you called him, looks like for a total of 10 minutes, right?
The 15th, yes.
And what'd you all talk about for that 10 minutes?
I cannot recall what we talked about.
Okay. All right, and then that was the 15th of November. Then on the 19th, you called him again, right?
Yes.
And on the 20th, looks like you called him 3 times, right?
Yes.
3 minutes on 11/20 at 6:46, correct? I'm sorry, 16:46, correct?
I'm sorry. Say that. Yes, I called him on 11/20/2024.
And for 3 minutes, and what'd you talk about?
I cannot recall.
All right, and then later on, you called him again, right?
Yes.
A couple minutes after you called him the first time, right?
Yes.
Then another few minutes later, you called him again, right?
Yes.
All right, and then on the 21st, you called him again for 2 minutes, right?
Yes.
And then later on, you called him for another 2 minutes, right?
Later on, I'm sorry, when?
On the same day, 11/21, right?
Yes.
And what'd you all talk about for that 4 minutes?
11:21. Which 4 minutes?
Well, 2 and 2 is 4, right?
Okay.
See, 2 minutes on the first
Yes.
one, and 2 minutes, that's 4, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what'd you all talk about for those 4 minutes?
I cannot recall.
Okay, you don't recall. All right, then later, it looks like you called again, later that same day for 2 minutes, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, which day?
11/21, is
Okay. Yes.
that right? Called him again. What'd you all talk about there?
I'm sorry, I don't recall what we talked about then.
All right, so far we got 1, 2, 3 calls on 11/21 so far, right?
3 incoming calls or 3 calls total?
Well, it says incoming, is all I see. You see something different?
Okay.
You were calling him 3 times up to that point, correct?
Okay. I see a 497 number.
No, I'm not talking about that number. I'm talking
Okay.
about your number, right?
Okay.
We already covered 3 of them, right?
Yes.
All right. Then we go to the next page, 11/21, we got another call, right?
Yes.
And what was that call about?
I do not recall.
Okay, and so all of these calls you were making to the chair of the commission, you don't feel that was improper in any way, shape, and form?
No,
Why not?
because I don't.
Well, because you don't. Fair enough. Honesty is good. When you asked her for that resignation, it was your hope that she would accept that resignation and fall on her sword so that the mayor could seek a replacement, correct?
Not necessarily. I didn't ask her for her resignation. I merely gave her the opportunity to resign if she so chose, because I knew that this process is unique, and typically these type of processes protect sensitive information or information that could be embarrassing, and that the process is an open hearing and could potentially be embarrassing.
All right, now, that is your 9 minutes, Mr. Norwood. And, you know, you spent the entire 9 minutes, you asked basically 2 questions. You asked him whether everything he did was authorized by the mayor, which you got a yes after you asked that a couple different ways. And you asked him if he asked for her resignation, and he denies that, says he merely gave her the opportunity. Both of those things were covered when he testified before.
No,
Yes,
it was not. It was not, but the record speaks
All
for
right,
itself.
you may not remember it.
No, I spent,
Maybe
though-
I'm wrong, but
I
I remember it.
I have not spent time going through these detailed phone records, and that,
And then the rest of the time, most of the time, was spent asking him if he remembered the nature of, and then you went
Yes.
through call by call.
yes.
And his answer to all of it was, he didn't remember the nature of any
Right.
of the conversations.
Right, which is farcical, but okay, that's what he testified to under oath. And right, I have every right to ask about that. When somebody is calling from the mayor's office to the chair of the commission that's going to be deciding her fate, absolutely I'm going to ask every detail about that. And I think he's being untruthful when he says he doesn't recall what was testified. But that's for you all to decide. But to suggest that my questions are a waste of time when I'm trying to represent my client is offensive to me.
I don't
okay?
mean to offend you.
It's very offensive.
I don't
because
mean to
I'm doing
offend
my
you.
job, as the court knows, as Your Honor knows, I have an ethical obligation to do my job.
Yes, you do.
And to criticize me for doing my job
I'm not
is offensive to
criticizing
me
you.
as a 38-year lawyer practicing in this state and various other states.
Mr. Norwood, you are very capable. I am not offending you. I am not criticizing you. I am merely pointing out that you made an argument that we should give you more time.
Yes.
Because you were being denied
Yes.
the right to represent your client, and I am pointing out that you asked him things that he had already testified to. In other words,
He did
you
not.
say you didn't.
He did not testify in depth, which is what cross-examination is about. It is not simply about a yes or no. It's
All right.
about sticking under documents under his nose to refresh his recollection. It's about challenging when he's lying through his teeth. It's about going and drilling down so that these folks can see from a credibility standpoint whether or not he's jerking your chain like he's been jerking my client's chain. That's the purpose of cross-examination.
All right.
And that's why my client has a due process right to examine him and anybody else that can shed light on this farcical process.
All right, and you've, in effect, been given some time to make an additional argument on your motion. Now, as I said, the way we're going to proceed is you use your 9 minutes. Now, we're going to let the city proceed with cross-examination. It is now 25 minutes, I believe, 23 minutes after 11. If they take their 35 minutes, that'll take us right to noon. I don't know how long they'll take, if any. Mr. Harris, do you have any cross-examination
Yes,
of
yes.
Mr. Boyd? All right, go ahead, you may proceed.
I just need to state for the record that, I just got to object to characterizing the witness as lying through his teeth. I would just, for the record, state my objection to that terminology.
Well, that's in effect both parties. Closing arguments
Sure.
can be on the credibility of witnesses, so you each have made a comment that is really more properly for your closing arguments. But now we've heard it, so you don't have to say it in your closing argument, but you can repeat it if you want to.
Sure. I just think it's important for that kind of inflammatory statement to be addressed, it seems to
I
me.
understand.
Mr. Boyd, is it unusual that as appointing authority, the mayor's office would investigate complaints against a department director?
It's not unusual. It is not an unusual practice. It is customary that you typically, as an appointing authority, investigate essentially who reports to you.
Okay. And so then has it been your experience that even this director of personnel has requested the mayor to handle such investigations?
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, just late last year, didn't the director of personnel ask the mayor to investigate a complaint against the director of public safety?
That's correct.
Okay. And I don't want to go into the details of that complaint because it's not germane to this, but it was an employee who was complaining against the director and the deputy director of public safety. Is that right?
That's correct.
The mayor is the appointing authority for the director of public safety,
That's correct. Yes.
and so the director of personnel asked the mayor to investigate.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Mr. Boyd, do you have any axe to grind with this director of personnel?
No, I do not.
Do you have any personal animosity toward her?
No, I do not.
And prior to this incident, prior to the July 3rd incident and the mayor's office learning about it and you learning about it, did you have any problems with the director as a person?
No, I did not.
And throughout this process, are you settling any political scores?
I am not.
Before you met with the director about this incident for the first time, before you and Sarah Baker met with her in your office for that first time, You didn't think this would be a situation where you'd have to seek termination, did you?
I hoped it would not result in termination because we were working on a number of important initiatives that required the director's buy-in and support, such as making changes to our paid family leave system. So I did not want this to result in a termination, and in fact knew that any type of discipline would slow the city down in a number of critical kind of operational places.
And then, but after actually speaking to her and addressing the information that you had and hearing what she had to say, I guess that changed. Is that right?
That's correct. The conversations that we had with the director and other witnesses led us to a place where we didn't really have a choice.
Okay. I mean, did you wonder, you know, what would the public think if all of this came out and the mayor's office learned about it, you did nothing about it?
That was part of, that did play a role in addition to the underlying conduct.
I mean, if it came out that one of her appointees, one of the mayor's appointees had misused a vehicle on a romp to Jefferson City with one of her subordinates, I mean, I would imagine Mr. Norwood probably would be leading the charge against the mayor, don't you think?
I think, like I said, if this conduct would come out in the public, it would not be looked, the public would not look well upon it.
Okay. There's been prior testimony about Administrative Regulation 117 and the progressive discipline and all of that stuff. Are you familiar with that administrative regulation?
Somewhat familiar.
Okay. I mean, you understand that it deals with employee discipline?
Well, let me object on the leading nature of this question.
This is
Cross-examination.
Well,
Yes.
it's his witness, though. I mean,
Still cross-examination.
Yes.
Now, the other side has made much about the involvement of the city councilor's office, but doesn't that regulation encourage appointing authorities to obtain assistance from the city councilor's office in unique or unusual circumstances?
That is my understanding.
And again, that regulation, 117, it discusses progressive discipline, is that right?
Yes.
But doesn't it also say that there are some actions which are so serious that progressive discipline would be inappropriate or insufficient, and that dismissal is warranted?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And it gives some examples, I take it, is that right?
I believe so.
Including a violation so serious that continued employment in the agency could pose a threat to the patients, clients, employees, visitors, or the public confidence in and well-being of the agency.
Yes.
Would you characterize the actions of the director on July 3rd, 2024, as well as her inability to take accountability, as conduct which is so serious that continued employment in the agency would pose a threat to the patients, clients, employees, visitors, or the public confidence in and well-being of the Department of Personnel?
Yes.
Objection. You saw us about to object, okay? Objection. That's an improper hypothetical directed to this witness soliciting an opinion that is, and he's not an opinion witness.
All right. I believe it's overruled because, as I understand it, it is asking him for the basis for his decision, although it wasn't worded quite that way. Just for clarity's sake, let's hear the specific question again.
Well, the question was whether or not he would characterize the conduct.
Just ask him.
Yeah, whether you would characterize the conduct that the mayor engaged in on July 3rd, 2024, and her inability, as you had put it previously, to take responsibility or accountability for her actions as one of those instances that's so serious that continued employment in the agency would pose a threat to the patients, clients, employees, visitors, or the public confidence in and well-being of the Department of Personnel.
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, redirect then, you have 20 minutes for redirect. It is now 11:31.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to unpack some of the stuff that was sort of glossed over. You say it is customary for the mayor to conduct investigations. Is that your testimony?
I said it's customary for appointing authorities
Okay.
to investigate essentially who reports to them. So
Okay.
the investigation is usually carried out by the person. So if I have a subordinate that reports to me, so if there's a department head that reports to me, I would be responsible for conducting that investigation.
Well, I'm going to move to strike that answer because you said it was customary. You said for appointing authority. So I'm going to ask you a different question. Is it customary for the mayor to conduct investigations?
The mayor or the mayor's office?
The mayor. Let's start with her.
It is not, it is customary for, no, I'm not going to say customary, I apologize. It is normal for someone to investigate someone who reports to them. Now, in the instance of the mayor's office, that has not occurred that frequently. There haven't been charges that we have been asked to investigate, on frequent occasions.
Well, the director has asked you to investigate some charges, hasn't she?
She's asked us to recently investigate some charges, which we did, yes.
Okay. No, I'm talking about not recently. I'm talking about 2024. She was asking you to investigate charges about what she suggested was a hostile work environment, didn't she?
I don't recall this.
Okay. Okay. But if she testified to that, you wouldn't have anything today to say that she wasn't telling the truth, correct?
I don't know if she used those terms, but she, during our check-ins, did share challenges within her own department. And
Right.
at such times, when she mentioned that other employees had filed whistleblower complaints against her, we stated that, hey, we're here. If you didn't do anything wrong, or if the conduct that you said didn't occur, that we support you. But in terms of being able to investigate employees' ability to file whistleblower claims, I didn't see that there was a pathway to stop one of her subordinates from filing a whistleblower complaint. So in lieu of that, tried to provide her support and state that, like I said, if you in fact didn't do anything wrong, then we will support you.
You didn't investigate, though, right? We can agree with that.
Did not investigate that.
Any of the allegations about hostile work environment, about being falsely accused of malfeasance, or anything of that sort, correct? For whatever
No,
reason, you didn't investigate that.
No.
Can we agree with that, right?
no.
All right.
I'm sorry, no, you did not investigate, or no, you don't agree with that?
No, I take issue with the fact that he says I did not investigate.
Okay.
We specifically asked her questions about some of the underlying claims that were made by her employees, and we asked her, which I think is part of an investigation, if those allegations that her employees were bringing against her were in fact true.
Did you have authority? Were you delegated authority to do that quote-unquote investigation that you just described?
To delegate, we were, like I said, asking her about the underlying claims that she said her employees were making against her. At the time, she knew that she reported to me, so yes.
Yes.
In
you
my
had
mind.
Authority? In your mind, you had authority?
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't have written authority. You had mental authority, right?
No, I had authority, like I said, to
From where?
look into those issues.
Where was that? Because the delegation of authority wasn't signed until August 23rd. So when were these, that was made before that, correct?
The ability to conduct an investigation usually stems from having, from reporting. She knew that I reported to her, so accordingly, we're able to, like I said, investigate those type of claims, one.
But you
Two-
don't
I'm
have-
sorry, she knew you reported to her?
I apologize for that, Judge. She knew that she reported to me. Additionally,
Who reported to you?
Director Gray, for all intents and purposes, worked with me and as a designee of the mayor, reported to me for regular check-ins.
Well, or what authority was granted by the mayor to make you her reporting authority? What document can you cite to us?
I don't know if there's a particular document, but
Okay.
there was an understanding that the director reported to me and initially reported to Nancy Cross, but that subsequently changed, and she started reporting to myself and Sarah Baker.
Do
And
you
then
know if she made efforts to communicate with the mayor directly but was rebuffed? Do you know that?
I don't know what specific instance you're talking about.
Okay. All right. You never conducted any other investigations for the mayor as it relates to personnel covered by the civil service rules, correct?
Not to my, other than the director, is what you're asking?
Yes.
Other than, like I said, the instance in which she
Right.
brought complaints
Right.
of employees filing whistleblower complaints.
Right.
Nothing comes to mind other than that for,
so-
with regards to the personnel department.
So this is the first, right? For you?
Formal investigation, yes.
Yeah,
Or,
okay.
no, I'm sorry. I would classify, like I said, us talking about and following up on the whistleblower complaints as part of kind of investigatory nature in which we didn't find fault or reason to kind of proceed with a formal investigation. So I guess you would say, I would count that as one, and I guess the discipline that has resulted in the pre-termination recommendation is the second for the
Okay.
personnel department.
And that all involves the director, correct?
Correct.
And you've been on staff for how long?
Since 2021.
So since 2021, despite all this authority, mental authority you suggest you have, it just so happens that the only investigations that you have been involved in have involved my client. We can agree to that, right?
No.
Well, what was off base there?
I previously testified to the fact that we were also asked to investigate the Director of Public Safety, so there are two investigations.
Well, but it involved her complaining, right?
Her complaining about the Director of Public Safety?
About how she was being treated, right?
No. The second investigation is a result of the fact that the Director of Public Safety reports to the mayor and is the appointing authority for the mayor. So the Director of Personnel was simply requesting that the appointing authority, as the mayor in the mayor's office, investigate those claims.
Okay, and you kept the mayor apprised of what was happening with respect to the investigation, correct?
I kept her apprised on kind of high-level issues, not every minutia of the issue, but kept her apprised of high-level issues.
Right. And you talked about, your intent, you didn't have any axe to grind. The mayor had plenty of axes to grind, right?
No.
Well, how do you know? You don't know. Do you know if part of the reason why she launched this investigation and authorized you to do it relates to the fact that early in the year, Director Jenkins Gray came out and opposed her position on her desire to control the civil service director position?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Do you know what the mayor's intention was with respect to what she has authorized in this case?
I can't speak to all of her intentions. All I can say, what I can say is that when I informed her of our preliminary investigation, she was sad that this occurred and regretted that hearing this type of information.
And you said she was sad. What did she cry? What makes you think she was sad? Did she
Because
say she was sad?
Because I've worked for her for a long period of time, and just based upon her response, I would classify that as she
Sad.
was not. Yes, she was sad.
Okay. And you don't know if the fact that she came out against her created an axe for her to grind as it relates to the situation, correct? Whether she was sad or not, right?
Not to my knowledge, but the mayor did not ask, or the mayor received a recommendation. She did not mention wanting us to weigh in on one side or another, and as stated before, was sad and regretful of hearing about the underlying conduct.
Okay. And the mayor, or I guess you, could have looked at this issue of progressive discipline, correct?
Could have, as in, if the conduct warranted progressive discipline, or if
Yeah.
that is a fact-specific determination.
Yeah.
And we determined that the facts did not warrant progressive discipline.
When you say we, who made that determination?
So I and Sarah Baker made a recommendation, which ultimately the mayor agreed with, and accordingly issued a letter that started this proceeding.
Okay. And you acknowledged early on, I believe in other testimony, that Administrative Regulation 117 doesn't even apply to this situation, right?
The charter applies to the situation, but is not specific. So we look to Admin Reg 117 as to some of the processes that weren't specifically spelled out in the charter.
Right. And you suggest that the reason you and Sarah felt that progressive discipline isn't warranted because of the threat posed by Director Sonia Jenkins Gray, right?
Did I say that?
I thought you said, I wrote it down, right? You said you didn't say that she posed a threat?
I said the conduct warranted the exception to progressive discipline.
Because you said she was a threat to accountability and threat to other people, right? Was she a threat? Well, all right. So you're saying she wasn't a threat. Is that right? Is that your testimony now?
I don't know if she's a personal threat, but
Okay,
her
well,
conduct.
What is she? What kind of threat, if at all? Is she any threat right now?
The conduct is a threat in terms of the severity of the conduct, in terms of being a supervisor and violating the code of conduct, and also this is the person that leads our HR department.
Right.
And the threat is around accountability. So if a department head, someone who's looked to as the leader on HR decisions, is allowed to put their subordinate in a precarious position while violating city policy, that sets an unprecedented risk for accountability across any city department.
You don't know if she intentionally put anybody in any precarious situation. You don't know that in terms of what her intention was, correct?
I don't know how you, if you are going into a precarious position with someone and it occurs, I don't know if you're going to say that you didn't know it was, if there is a high likelihood of some confrontation occurring or some uncomfort happening.
Who said it was a high likelihood? What, is there any evidence in this record? You've been sitting here. Did she testify that somehow there was a high likelihood when she went to retrieve her personal papers?
That is based upon, like I said, my assessment of the facts in this situation, is that if you are with someone who does not know that they are going out of town for personal reasons.
Well, he knew he was going out of town for personal reasons because the text messages told him that, right?
He didn't know the nature of the trip.
Right,
and
he didn't know the nature of the trip, and you heard her testimony that the nature of the trip was to retrieve some personal papers, right?
that is her account of the trip, but
That's
based upon
her-
our investigation, the trip placed a subordinate in a precarious position, and the likelihood of that occurring was high based upon the type of trip that occurred.
The trip to go receive personal papers increased the high likelihood of what occurring?
That her subordinate was placed in a precarious position.
By retrieving papers and driving back to St. Louis? Is that what you're suggesting to this commission?
Well, that's your client's account of what occurred, and our account is based upon multiple witnesses.
Well, you heard the sworn testimony of Dr. Berg where he said he didn't know why she went down there, right?
He testified correctly that, or he testified that he did not know the nature of the personal business that they were confronting in Jefferson City.
Right, so all we have is her sworn testimony about she went to retrieve papers, right?
No.
Oh, you're saying we don't have her sworn testimony that she went up there to retrieve personal papers?
You said that's all we have, and I said no.
Okay, well, we have that. Let's start with that. Let's check that box. She testified under oath today, or when she testified, that she went to retrieve personal papers, right?
That is part of her testimony.
All right. And your view of the world is that she went to catch her husband cheating. That's your view of the world, right?
That is a plausible scenario.
Plausible scenario. Okay. If any witness told you that she went to catch her husband cheating,
I don't think there are magic words, but
answer my question first. Let's start with that. Has anyone told you, as part of your 3-day investigation, that she went there to catch her husband cheating?
What came out in the investigation is that the director went to Jefferson City the
Right.
day before the 4th of July,
Right.
and that she put her subordinate in a precarious position, and her...
Mr. Boyd,
Okay,
listen
I'm sorry.
to the question.
Okay,
And answer the question.
okay.
Repeat the question.
Do you have any witness that you interviewed that told you that she was going down to Jefferson City to catch her husband cheating? Yes or no?
I believe that some of the witnesses have inferred that, heavily
Have
inferred.
It's
inferred
been
that?
inferred?
Inferred.
Well, we're not dealing with inferences, sir. We have a career on the line. Has anybody told you that you wrote down in your investigative notes?
I would have to go back and look at my investigative notes.
Well, as you sit here today,
You are aware that's been printed in
I'm
the
sorry.
newspaper on a number of occasions since this hearing has started, that, and you're saying now that that was inferred.
In the sense of explicit, they said that,
they
It's simple.
I'm sorry.
Did somebody say she went to catch her husband cheating, or did they not say that?
Your Honor, or...
That's a question that, I believe the hearing can ask questions, yes. It is allowed, yes. It is allowed, and it does not go into the time of the examiner, particularly when the witness is not answering the question.
Well, I mean, I disagree.
I know you
The witness
disagree,
is not
but-
answering the question. I believe the witness is answering the question, and he's being asked questions in a manner that, you know, injects inaccurate facts and statements into the question.
What's inaccurate fact is injected by the question, did anyone tell you she went to Jefferson City to catch her husband cheating? What inaccurate fact has been injected into that
Your Honor,
question?
you picked
Answer
out
my
one-
question,
you're picking
Mr.
out
Harris.
one question.
Answer my,
Let's not belabor this
All right.
any longer.
I'm happy to
Let's
clarify.
keep going.
I'm happy to clarify the question if you would
Mr.
like me to.
Harris, in other words, you're withdrawing your suggestion that there was an inaccurate fact.
You can overrule it. I mean, that's what you're gonna do. So
Is it
please.
an objection? Are you making an objection?
I would like for us to move on.
I'm happy to
All
clarify.
right.
I'm
but
happy to
I
clarify.
want to know, you've put into the record here your statement that an inaccurate fact was injected into the question, as I believe your effort to say this witness is not wasting time by refusing to answer a
I will-
question. So I want to know, are you still maintaining that there was an inaccurate fact injected in that simple question? It's a
would
very
like the commissioners-
simple question.
I would like the commissioners to know, to understand, I'm stating for the record my concern that the hearing officer seems to be, engaging in the redirect of this witness. I have concerns about that.
I have
and
concerns
so-
about it as well.
I'm happy to
I
clarify my
think
answer.
The record will be clear on what has been stated. All right.
I'm
And
happy to
Mr.
clarify my
Boyd
answer.
wants to clarify it, so we'll let him clarify his answer. I assume you're clarifying your answer to the question Mr. Norwood asked you. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead.
So, yes, witnesses told us that
Who?
Dr. Byrd, in the course of our investigation, discussed going to Jefferson City and not only seeing or seeing the director's husband, but also traveling back with the director and understanding that the concern about the trip centered around the director's husband's ex-wife and her husband being in the same place.
Okay, now I'm going to move to strike all of that, and my question is simple. Did he tell you that she was going down there to catch her husband cheating?
Did he on the way back or on the way there?
When he was in your office, did he say he was aware of the fact that he went down there to catch her husband cheating? Did he say that?
He said that.
That's not my question, sir. Did he say he went to catch her husband cheating? It's a simple question.
Based
Did he
upon
tell you that?
based upon the entire story, yes.
So based upon the entire story, somewhere in there, you interpreted that as her going down to catch her husband cheating. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
All right. And so outside of him, you said they, the witness, who else told you that?
Like I said, Dr. Byrd said
Okay.
that,
All right.
and he is the person that took the trip
Okay. Who
with
else?
her.
Who else?
That is
That's it.
the person that told us that, and also
And you're aware of the
Director
fact
Gray. I'm still talking. Also, Director Gray was unable to provide a clear account of Dr. Gray or Dr. Byrd's account of the entire trip.
So from that, you drew an inference that she went down there, conducted all of this business on the way down, all in the while, in her mind, she was looking to catch her husband cheating. Is that your testimony today? That's your inference?
Like I said, investigation led to the conclusion that she went to Jefferson City in part to confront, or primarily to confront her husband, and not for any city business, which she's admitted that she did not go there for any city business.
So primarily, your view of the world is that she went down there to catch her husband cheating. That's the primary reason she went down there. And so in your view of the world, she's lying under oath when she says that she went to retrieve personal papers, right?
I have difficulty understanding what personal papers were so important to obtain the day before the 4th of July, and I asked that question repeatedly in my first interview with her, and she refused to provide an answer to that.
And from that, you inferred that it was because she was catching her husband cheating, right? Because she wouldn't tell you her personal business, right?
Also based upon, like I said, our interviews and subsequent investigation.
Okay. All right.
That is all the time, Mr. Norwood. Now, it is the noon hour now, so we're going to stop now before we do any recross, which Mr. Harris would have to ask for. Mr. Harris, are you going to ask for recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and I'm sorry, it's only one recross. There's been cross, and this would be a recross. You're saying no questions on recross. So if we do not extend the time limits, that would be it for this witness. Now, we're going to adjourn for lunch. Can you give us an estimate of how many more witnesses, Mr. Norwood, you would anticipate calling in the hearing in total, in your evidence, your case?
4 to 5.
4 to 5, all right. And you believe that we would finish 4 to 5 today, the rest of the afternoon, and tomorrow?
Yes.
All right.
Even with the request granted, yes.
Even if we extended time?
Right.
All right.
I would just say, I don't know that we can rely on that representation.
I
that we
understand that,
finished.
Mr. Harris.
And I continue to maintain that we oppose
Any
extending the time.
Change it in the time, right, okay. That's, and you, I don't mean to cut you off, I apologize, but I think Mr. Norwood, I was still asking him questions, and I was gonna give you an opportunity to respond. So, Mr. Norwood, I appreciate you saying you think we can wrap up tomorrow. Now, I understand you're saying you don't know whether Mr. Harris would then ask for rebuttal, and if he does, then that might take us
Right.
an additional day.
Right, at
But,
best.
Right, well, I don't know, cross that bridge when we come to it. I appreciate you saying we'll finish tomorrow, in your view, with your case, even with time limits. So, even with an extension of time limits. So, we're gonna take a break for lunch of an hour and 15 minutes, I believe. So it's right at noon, I think. So we'll just make it till 1:15. Is that right? My math right? Okay.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Now, Mr. Boyd, unfortunately, you'll have to be back because we don't, until the commissioners discuss over the lunch hour whether they are going to extend the time any further or not. That's a decision that they're going to make, but you may be required to be back. So I'd ask you to be back. When you come back, you may be told that's it, you're done, or you might have more questions, all right? So sorry for the imposition. I know your time is valuable as well. And, I got my cap from Ireland, so you saw me get my Irish up, as they used to say. Yeah, it's unavoidable.
Thank you.
All right, have a good lunch. Back on the record after the lunch recess. And first, I just have a question. The staff is telling me that, to their knowledge, they have not received anything from either side. We talked last week about the option the parties had to file a brief on the issue of what they contend the meaning of malfeasance is, and what they contend the meaning of political reasons, I believe is the words used in the city charter. First of all, did either side file something that somehow the staff's not aware of?
We did not.
Okay.
Neither did we.
Did you plan to, or?
We would propose that, since we've got to file proposed findings, after these proceedings conclude, that we address those kinds of issues, as to definition of malfeasance, definition of political interference, and if there are any other, kind of legal questions that are out there, that we address that in the written proposed findings.
Well, I think other reasons you would have to. Ms. Norwood, were you going to say the same thing or not?
Well, exactly, that until we see how it all plays out, of course, we have closing argument, that we have the proposed findings and conclusions, and we plan to, as do they, it looks like, to include that in our proposals.
All right, that's all right then. That's fine with everyone, so just, we would expect that those would be something you would include. All right. With that, the other thing is, of course, we had two more motions. A motion to stay the proceedings again, to let the judge rule on the motion for default judgment, or judgment on the pleadings that the defense has filed in the civil case, and the motion to extend time limits. The commissioners considered those over the lunch hour. My ruling would be that the motions are denied. Commissioners?
Well, I would move we adopt the ruling of the hearing officer.
To deny the motion?
Second.
Chairperson Barney.
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Llewellyn.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, so that's the ruling. No extension of time, Mr. Boyd. That means that you are done. Thank you for returning.
Well-
Yes, Mr.
Well, no,
Norwood.
just to clarify then, that includes the motion eloquently argued by Mr. Gillen on the dismissal based upon the lack of any charter-given authority for the delegation?
Correct.
Fair enough, thank you.
Despite his eloquence. All right. And so, we're ready then to resume with any additional evidence on behalf of the director.
Yes, at this time, we'd like to call Mr. Richard Frank.
All right, Mr. Frank is here. If he'd step up over here by the table, and the witness will swear you in, Mr. Frank. I'm sorry, the clerk will swear you in. Tonette will swear you in. Right here.
Oh, that's me, and I didn't know who I was either. Let me see.
You've been promoted.
What did I?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, the witness has been sworn. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state your name? You might want to pull the mic a little closer as well.
Thank you.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
It's Richard R. Frank, F-R-A-N-K.
And Mr. Frank, are you currently employed?
No.
Okay, are you retired?
Yes.
Where did you retire from?
The city of St. Louis.
When did you retire?
My retirement date, last day at work was actually November 30th, 2021.
Okay. And what was your position when you retired?
I was the director of personnel for the city.
All right. And just quickly, could you provide your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Washington University in English literature. I had about a dozen or so, I don't know, graduate hours from Webster University, and then a year-long paid externship in personal and labor relations from the state of Illinois.
Okay. And have you heard of the term progressive discipline?
Yes.
What is that?
Progressive discipline to me is a non-punitive form of discipline that imposes corrective action on an employee in order to change their behavior that is deemed inappropriate.
And when we talk about discipline, is that supposed to be punitive in nature?
No,
Why not?
because we're not taking discipline, in our view, in order to punish the employee, but rather to change behaviors.
All right. And when you're talking about whether or not progressive discipline is appropriate, do you factor in the performance of the employee?
Yes, you would take into account the performance and the overall performance history of the employee with the organization.
Okay, and do you take into account whether or not the employee has had other violations?
Yes.
All right. Now, are you familiar with the city's vehicle use policy?
Yes.
All right. During your tenure, was anyone ever disciplined for violating the city's vehicle use policy?
No.
Never during the, what is it, how long were you with the city?
Approximately 17 and a half years.
And over that time period, are you aware of anyone ever being disciplined for violation of the city's vehicle use policy?
No.
Are you aware of anyone ever being terminated for violation of the city vehicle use policy?
No.
And were you actively involved in those disciplinary matters that would come through personnel under your tenure?
Yes.
And would you have been aware if there was such discipline?
Yes.
But you never saw it?
No.
Okay. During your tenure, are you aware of instances where individuals, in fact, had violated the vehicle use policy?
Yes, I am aware of several.
Tell us about those several.
One included an entire group of employees in the Department of Public Safety in the building division, and the building inspectors were said by the appointing authorities to have abused the privileges, to have used the city vehicles for personal usage, including transporting not only themselves to personal activities, but also family members and friends. So,
Family members and friends?
Yes.
Okay. And that no discipline ever came through your desk regarding that particular situation you described?
no, the department directors instead made a decision to have them park in the garage of the fire department. They would have to drop them off at the end of the day and pick up the city vehicles at the beginning of the day.
Okay. Any other episodes of vehicle use improper violations of the city vehicle use policy that you're aware of?
Yes, we merged the police division, St. Louis Metropolitan Police Division, back in September of 2013. They had a police manual. Their police manual was in conflict with the city vehicle policy, which is developed by E&A. As a result, anyone who was at the level of police captain or above was allowed to use their vehicle for personal reasons. It was brought to my attention and discussed with me that one high-level command officer had their city vehicle parked at a bar and was drinking. There was also an instance where we had a number of people who, we had a person, I was informed, who was a high-level person who used their city car during work hours. It was parked once at Hooters during work hours, and once it was taken out of state over into Brooklyn, Illinois.
For one of the adult entertainment establishments, is what you understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything happened to those individuals?
Nothing happened to the command officer in the police division in terms of what happened with the high-ranking official in the Department of Public Safety. That person's car was taken away, their city vehicle.
Okay, but no discipline came your way?
No.
All right. And what about, have you personally seen city vehicles in places they weren't supposed to be?
Yes, I have.
Tell us about that.
Yes, sir. There was a policy in effect at the time. I was here, and I think the vehicle policy was maybe written in 2010, where people in the fire division could certainly take their vehicles home. However, they were supposed to keep them within the city limits. And I personally observed city cars as far out as St. Charles County.
Okay, and did any discipline ever come your way, or did you do anything in response to what you saw?
I did. I contacted both the Department of Public Safety's director, and I also contacted the fire commissioner and reported that because there were multiple instances where this was occurring.
Okay, and anything happened with those?
No discipline, no.
All right. Now, are you familiar with the term political interference as it relates to the city of St. Louis personnel matters?
Yes, I am.
And what, in your view, constitutes political interference as it relates to personnel-related matters?
I'd first like to reference that political interference is included in the civil service rules in Rule 15, Section 3 and 5. It's also indicated or addressed in Article 18, in Section 1, Section 16 and 17. Political interference within that context refers to political leaders, which would be like elected officers or their staff, attempting to interfere with or influence or hinder the decision-making process of the merit system, the civil service system.
Okay. Are you aware of instances of political interference by Mayor Tashara Jones?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
The one instance that I recall.
I want to object to the relevance, unless he's going to talk about alleged political interference related to this matter and the discipline of this particular director. I don't think this is relevant.
Would you have a time frame you can put on this question?
Well, he can put the time frame on it. It was when he was Director of Personnel.
Well, but he was director of personnel for 17 and a half years, he said.
Well, but the mayor, current mayor, became the mayor in, I believe, 2021.
Okay,
And that's the time frame we're talking about.
well, that's what was not clear from your question. If you want to be clear in asking him if he's aware
Well, let me vote
in
out
a
a
certain
witness.
time frame.
Let me vote out a witness with respect to a general time frame.
Let me make sure my objection is clear. So my objection is that it's not relevant in that he's not asking about, he's not going to, I assume he's not testifying about alleged political interference as it relates to any discipline against the current director, which is what we're here for.
Okay, just to be clear, we've had it on the record as the director has been the director for what's approximately 3 years, is that right?
2 years and about 3 to 4 months. Yes, 2 years.
A little over 2 years,
Yes.
between 2 to 3. Okay, and so 2025, that would be back 2023 or late 2022 was when she started?
Yes, sir.
I think she testified to that. All right, so, Mr. Frank, of course, wasn't there when she was there because his leaving was what created the vacancy, right? All right, so what time frame are you asking Mr. Frank about?
At the time frame when she became the mayor, immediately when she became the mayor, because our whole theory in this case is that from the get-go, from the moment she locked out the personnel department and changed the locks and had exclusive access to those confidential personnel records, from that moment on, which included hit the end of his tenure, she was a political interferer. She was a Croninizer. She was someone who was trying to, and it's gone on the record, as attempting to conduct this hostile takeover of the civil service system. And he can shed light on the fact that it was going on during his tenure. We've already got testimony record about it constantly going over during her tenure, including as late as 3 weeks ago. And that's relevant because we have a practice and a pattern of the chief executive officer of the city attempting this hostile takeover of the civil service system. And he has an example that is directly germane to that, and he's going to testify to that if he's permitted.
Again, I mean, so clearly, since he's asking about, instances when this witness was the director, then it clearly does not relate to the current director's situation and her conduct and the alleged reasons, as they say, that she's being part of this process.
This relates to her intent. We don't have her because the commission has decided that the mayor is too busy to come in here and explain to this commission why she's engaged in a pattern of political interference. So since we can't put her on the stand to examine her, we have a witness who had a direct conversation with her who's going to testify that he was taken aback because in all of his years as director of personnel, nobody ever called him at his home to get a crony appointed who clearly didn't meet qualifications, which is the very patterns we're talking about here. So it's all germane to the question of her intent. We heard one witness on the stand said she was sad because she had to fire the director of personnel. Let me finish, Your Honor.
Well,
to fire the director of
let me finish
personnel.
or let you make a closing argument.
No, you asking an explanation as to why he's relevant, and can I make my explanation? Am I curtailed now in making explanations? Because otherwise, I'll make the offer of proof. Either way, this witness is a critical witness on political interference, and this tribunal has ruled that political interference, at least as to today, is in play.
So what's
All right,
clear?
what the commission did not decide, you made this statement at the beginning of your statements. The commission did not decide that the mayor was too busy to bring the mayor in here. The commission decided that the director's attorneys failed to establish sufficient legal basis for the mayor to be subpoenaed. That's a different matter. There's a standard that's in the case law about when high executives can be subpoenaed. And we, the commissioners, adopted my ruling that you did not establish the proper legal basis. The commissioners did not in any way, and I did not say the mayor was too busy for her to be brought in.
Well, that was their argument, number one, and number two, whatever those cases
You said the
say,
commission decided.
the commission
The commission
decided.
did not
The commission
decide
decided that
that the mayor
despite the
was too
charter
busy. The
language
commission-
that says she's entitled to call witnesses to her defense,
And we didn't dispute that.
okay,
I'm
so if
just
she's
trying to
entitled
take, you put words in the commissioner's mouths that they did not speak.
Well, what they ruled was that we can present evidence of political interference, but we can't call the person who engaged in the political interference. That's what they've effectively ruled, right? Am I mistaken on that?
I think you can put those two things, those both are in effect practical ways of saying what
Okay,
the rulings have been, yes.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. So we don't have the mayor for whatever reason, and now we got somebody who had a discussion with the mayor that relates directly to political interference. We're working within the confines of what we have, which unfortunately ain't much if we can't call the political interferer.
And we don't even know what year you're asking about your question.
Well, I can voir dire the witness and we can frame it up.
Ask him the question where you're being specific, and Mr. Harris can listen to the question. And then if you've got an objection, Mr. Harris, you can voice your objection after you hear the question, okay?
No, I thought he clearly stated, he's asking about when the witness was the director of personnel, which had to have been a time when the current director was not the director of personnel.
So your position is any evidence, even if there is evidence of political interference by the mayor into the Department of Personnel, your position is that's irrelevant to these proceedings?
My position-
If it took place prior to Director Gray's becoming the director, is that correct?
Yes, unless he's saying that somehow we knew that she would eventually be the director of personnel.
He's not saying that.
Well, okay, well then, yeah, what I'm saying is, this witness can't testify as to what alleged political motivation against this director, if he wasn't there.
All right.
The motivation is to hostile takeover of the system.
Okay, you said that, Mr. Norwood. We don't, all right, let me stop. I'm going to confer with both commissioners here. All right, gentlemen. All right. After conferring with both commissioners, I'm Going to rule the objection is sustained. The witness, anything this witness might have to testify about any alleged political interference that took place prior to Director Gray is irrelevant. I'm going to ask each commissioner if they wish motion or
I agree.
motion to adopt.
I move we adopt the motion as stated by the hearing officer.
Agreed, yes. Second.
Chairperson Barney.
Yes?
Chairperson Llewellyn.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Mr. Norwood,
I'd like to make an offer of proof, since we have a live witness. I'd like to make my offer of proof.
all right. Try it. Yes, sir, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's clear that the offer of proof is going to be to try to offer up evidence, once again, that relates to alleged political interference before the current director was even in office. And I don't know why we even need an offer of proof for that.
Well, if the decision of the commission is ultimately appealed, the offer of proof would be that we're wrong in sustaining your objection.
So I would
I mean, that's
ask,
what the offer of proof is. This is what the evidence would have been had we not sustained the objection.
I mean, are we gonna extend time for this too? I mean, does this all, you know,
I'm hoping
include
Mr.
the amount of
Norwood
time
can
that he
be-
has?
I'm hoping Mr. Norwood will be brief.
I mean, I would ask the commission to have Mr. Norwood, you know, make his oral offer of proof as to what he believes
The
you know,
witness will say.
this witness will say.
All right, that's reasonable, Mr. Norwood. You can
Well,
do that, can you not?
I think,
Summarize what it is. that you
well, I think the
would
witness
say.
in his own words can summarize it because he's the one who testified to it.
Well, yeah, but don't you have some idea what you're?
I have a lot of ideas, but we got a witness in the chair who's under oath. Ron Norwood's not under oath. He's under oath. And this is what my offer of proof is. My offer of proof is Mr. Rick Frank, his testimony about efforts to interfere with the operations of personnel, which is at the heart of her defense. And those questions, let's see, I got 1, 2, 3, 4 questions.
All right, go ahead and ask your 4 questions.
Thank you.
4 questions.
Now, you were identified that instance of political interference involving the mill. Tell us about that.
The Department of Personnel received a request for a provisional appointment for Deputy Director of Public Safety.
Without saying a name.
Okay, yeah, well, that's
okay.
For a high-level position in public safety. It was reviewed by.
Okay,
my-
hold on, let's back up, because they want to understand it, well, for the offer of proof purposes. What happened? Did you receive a phone call?
Yes.
From whom?
From Mayor Jones,
And where did she call you?
at home.
At your home?
Yes.
Had you ever received a call at your home from any mayor over all of the years you were there
Yes.
for the purpose of interfering with any of the personnel activity?
No.
Okay.
So those are the 4 questions he said he had.
That's
So
correct. That's
what,
4.
I asked him, I'm trying to explain it for the commissioner. What happened? That was the question.
So
What
it's more
happened?
than 4 questions.
The
Let's
first question was
move
what
along.
happened? What happened?
Am I allowed to speak, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. What happens, I received a phone call about my department rejecting a request from a department head for a provisional appointment, and
Who rejected a request?
it was initially rejected by the recruitment and examination manager, was then reviewed by my senior deputy director, and eventually by myself,
Okay, and what happened?
because the person did not meet the minimum qualifications. The request was denied, and I received the phone call from the mayor. I explained my rationale, and she then asked me to reconsider my determination.
Did you find that problematic?
Yes,
Why?
because a formal decision had already been made based on the materials presented to us, and it would have constituted me violating my own rules and regulations.
And did you consider that political interference?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the end of my offer of proof.
All right. All right. You still have an objection to that?
Absolutely. It's still very irrelevant.
All right, the objection remains sustained, so the offer proof's on the record. So you can proceed. Any further questions of
Yes.
Mr. Frank?
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Honor. And just so my count meshes.
We did not count the time that took. We did not count that.
Okay. All right. All right.
So we're back on.
Mr. Frank, did you make a request to be included on the city's reemployment list for the director of personnel position?
Yes,
Were you advised that there were efforts by the mayor to interfere with your right to proceed in accordance with your reemployment rights as director of personnel?
yes.
Tell us about that.
I received a phone call from Director Gray, who was,
Object to the hearsay.
Well, a statement by the director, you're
Well,
objecting to that as hearsay. The director obviously is here.
And she's already testified.
She's
to
already
this.
testified, could be recalled and testify. But what is the statement? Does that get into hearsay by somebody else?
Well, what it relates to is not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's offered to show how, in his view, his rights to reemployment have been interfered with in terms of him following up and contacting folks to verify the information he received from Director Gray, Jenkins Gray.
Well, then it's also irrelevant.
All right.
Well, we have testimony about how Ms. Baker, according to her sworn testimony, told the director, Jenkins Gray, to remove him from the reemployment list. And she testified, meaning Ms. Baker, that she then reached out to the airport to find a position for him. It relates to all of that. It's already in the record.
All right.
It's still irrelevant. It doesn't go to political interference.
It does go to political interference.
Related to her job.
It does, because,
Frankly, think it'll take less time to allow the question, so I'm going to overrule the objection.
okay. Now, tell us about then what you found out after she communicated to you about this reemployment.
Wait a minute. Director Gray called him, and so now you're asking him, what did he do?
In response to information what information did you receive from Director Jenkins Gray? Let's start with that.
the Director Gray indicated that she was told by mayor's staff that they did not want me on the eligible list for Director of Personnel, the reemployment list, pardon me, and that they had contacted the airport director to discuss putting me on a reemployment list out at the airport instead.
Okay, why is that problematic, if it is?
It's problematic because under Civil Service Rule 7, under reemployment, the only person who has authority to make a determination as to what the appropriate reemployment list is the Director of Personnel.
So if Miss Sarah Baker directed her to remove you from that list, was that proper?
No,
Why not?
it's political interference.
Political interference, okay. And what did you do in response to this conversation you had with Director Jenkins Gray?
I contacted the airport director to confirm because I was so shocked, and I spoke to the airport director, Rhonda Ham-Newbergy.
Okay, and what did she tell you?
All right. Now you're into what somebody else told him.
Yes, the same witness that I wanted to put in that chair to ask her what she told him, that the commission said I couldn't call her. So now we got the witness who talked to her. So now I can't call the witness, and I can't talk to the witness about what was advised. I mean, is this the third Wonderland Alice thing that I'm swimming around in?
I think that this is getting into an offer of proof because you filed an offer of proof already with regard to including the airport director was one of the officials that was covered by the city's motion to quash the subpoena,
Right,
that we gave both sides time to file something in writing.
Right.
And you did, and you
Right.
filed a written offer of proof, which the end of it, the fourth part, you covered all four of them one at a
Right.
time, and you gave your offer of proof as to why you thought the airport director's testimony was relevant
Right,
here.
right.
And the commission already denied, or I should say sustained, the motion to quash the subpoena.
right. So now we don't have
Now
the
you're just
director.
trying to get that evidence in through another way.
Because it's the only way that you're allowing me to get to the truth.
Well, you've already gotten over the objection, the hearsay in about what the director told him,
Right,
and then you've got the hearsay about someone unnamed, other than the mayor's staff, somebody told Director Gray that they, again, unspecified who the pronoun refers to, other than the mayor's staff, didn't want Mr. Frank on the reemployment list, rather wanted him on the airport director list, or a list for an appointment at the airport. And then now you're asking him, okay, so tell us then, he made a phone call to the airport director,
Right.
and what did she tell you?
Right.
All of that is obviously hearsay.
it's not
The
hearsay.
stuff of,
It's not
you're
hearsay.
asking this witness to say what all these different people told him. Now, you're saying it's not offered for the truth of it.
It's offered to support his opinion that this is political interference. He is an expert. He is our expert. And that evidence is relevant to his view of the world with respect to why there is ample political interference, and interference that directly involves his rights as a reemployment, under the
What's
reemployment
he an
list.
expert witness in?
He's an expert witness in the operations of personnel in the city of St. Louis, based on 18 years of experience, based on infinite knowledge of the charter, based on infinite knowledge of the commission rules. He is an expert.
Okay, he's not an expert on the legal meaning of political reasons. Those are the words used in the charter.
And I didn't
That's
ask him
what
about
we've
it.
asked both parties to brief, and that's a legal question. He's not, you're not calling him, he's not, and I don't know whether he's a lawyer or not.
He doesn't have to be a
But even
lawyer.
if he is, it's improper, as I understand it, to call a legal expert to tell the commission their legal ruling. That's something that
He's-
they have to make, and
He is giving his opinion.
he can give his opinion about what he thinks is or is not political interference.
And that's what
And
I'm
he's
asking about.
he's been allowed to testify that this unnamed person from the mayor's staff told him they, unnamed, didn't want him on a reemployment list.
That person
that-
has been named in her
Not
testimony.
by this witness.
But by her. She testified.
How do we know that her testimony is the same person he's talking about?
Because she called him and told him, once she was told by Sarah Baker, that she had to put him on another list instead of the reemployment list.
All right. As you say, Mr. Norwood, we did allow some testimony, and we also allowed you to make an offer of proof. Now, I am ruling that it is irrelevant what the airport director told Mr. Frank, because the airport director's, whatever she told him, is irrelevant here. Whether or not the mayor or the mayor's staff, whether what they did, which is already in evidence, he's already testified to that. He just was allowed to. That at least he was allowed to testify that Director Gray told him
Right.
that the mayor's staff didn't want him.
Right, right.
Okay.
And then he
That
followed up.
is your your contention, your defense is that there was political reasons why the director was fired, not that she was fired for violating the vehicle policy. Am I
Right.
correct? That's your defense?
Well, amongst many defenses, right?
All right.
Political interference,
Well, the one that's relevant to what we're talking about right
which is
here.
political interference.
Right, okay?
So,
You've gotten the relevant evidence in, if it's relevant.
and now
But
we,
the further, going a step further about who else did you call to tell you
Well-
whatever they thought or did, he can give his opinion as to what's political interference.
right, okay.
Yeah, he did.
And that's what
okay?
he's gonna do. He's
Well,
gonna
he
say.
already did. He said.
No. He's
he
gonna
said
say.
it was inappropriate. You asked him after you were allowed to get in what Director Gray told him,
Right,
and
right.
what she told him, the mayor's staff
Right.
told her.
Right.
Excuse me, her. Then you asked Mr. Frank his opinion, and he gave you his opinion that that was inappropriate.
Right.
That was political interference. That is his opinion.
Right, and
You've
the
already
further-
got it in evidence.
But there's more to the opinion. It's not like a roped off opinion, because the opinion extends to the fact that when he made that call to the airport director, she confirmed two things: that those same minions called her and directed her to find a spot out at the airport to defeat his rights to reemployment. So he didn't take her word for it. He called out there to
Are you
confirm.
telling me that he would testify that they told him, that the airport director told him that these mayor's staff persons told her, the airport director, that they wanted her to take an action to defeat Mr. Frank's rights?
Yes. That's exactly what he's going to testify to, if he's permitted.
All right. I wasn't quite clear that you were trying to make that point. I'm going to, again, consult with the two commissioners just to see. My ruling would be what I have already stated, that taking this a step further is getting into irrelevant matters, going further than what he's testified about this particular incident, he's already testified his opinion about that this was political interference. So the hearsay of what the airport director would have told him in a conversation when he made a phone call to the airport director, the hearsay is, the objection based on hearsay is sustained.
I'd like to make an offer of proof with this witness.
What you've stated,
And now I haven't, because this
you've already
witness,
stated what you think his answer would be.
well, and I think since he's in the chair, to ask
Sorry about
a
that.
limited number of questions related to that conversation. It's not long and drawn out. It's a snippet of the various offers of proof we're adding on political interference, and he's in the chair.
Denied.
So I can't ask this witness, as part of my offer of proof, questions related to a conversation he had with the director, the airport director, that you all have refused us the opportunity to examine. Is that where we are now?
That is correct.
All right,
Because you
fair enough.
already were permitted to make an offer
Fair
of
enough.
proof
Well, let me
about
make-
what the
let me
relevance of the
amplify my
airport
offer of proof.
director's
Can I
evidence would be.
amplify my offer of proof? Orally.
I thought you already did, but
I-
go ahead.
Okay.
Yourself.
All right. My offer of proof is this witness is going to testify about making that call to Rhonda Niebruger, who is the director of the airport. He called her once he talked to my client about the fact that she was directed by Sarah Baker, who confirmed that in so many words by saying that she did talk to her about his position. And her explanation for it was that she was just doing it just to make sure she was following the rules, is what she testified to, which is not true. Her testimony was that she was ordered by a subordinate of the subordinate not to place him on the list. If that's not political interference, I don't know what is. You know it, they know it, we all know it's political interference. Yet we are precluded from examining it to the bone. He is the witness. He talked to the mayor. He talked to the airport commissioner. We can't call either one of them, and now we can't talk to him about it. He's going to say that she told him that, yes, I did get those calls, and yes, I did get those directives, and yes, I refused because even I knew, and I'm not down in personnel, that it was political interference. That's what he's going to testify to, and that's my offer of proof.
All right. I think that's on the record sufficiently that the ruling was that this was hearsay, asking him what he was told by the airport director in this phone call. That was the ruling. That's what was sustained.
Fair enough. Do you know why, as you sit here today, Mr. Frank, the mayor and the staff would want you off the reemployment list for the director of personnel?
I believe it's because they know that they couldn't control me or my department.
Okay, and that was based upon conversation you had with the mayor where she tried to improperly influence you. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
I'm sorry. Just so I'm clear, you already asked him, and he testified about an incident where the mayor, he got a call at home from the mayor and so forth. Now, was that what you were just referring to, or was it something else? I wasn't clear.
It was a question where I asked him, and he's answered why the mayor and the staff would want to keep him off the reemployment list, and he answered the question without any objection.
I know, I wasn't clear what the meaning of his answer was.
Yes, understood, Your Honor. Okay. Now, would you consider asking someone to be assigned to a position that they are wholly unqualified for? Would you consider that to be political interference?
Yes.
Would you call efforts to direct the director of personnel how certain positions should be filled? Would you consider that political interference?
Yes.
Why?
Because the director of personnel is the person who enforces Article 18 and has sole discretion in terms of all personnel matters, provided that an action is not appealed to the Civil Service Commission.
Okay. Would you call asking someone to resign before charges are even filed? Before that person has been responsible for any wrongdoing whatsoever, would you consider that political interference?
Yes.
Why?
Because I think it violates their due process rights. It's like a fait accompli, that they already believe that despite the language in the charter that gives the director the right to a public hearing and to have all the information presented to her and a time to respond to that, that it's a foregone conclusion that they believe that is not going to make a difference, and that as a result they are asking her if she'd like to resign instead.
Okay, fair enough. Would you consider attempts to retaliate against a personnel director because she or he resisted efforts by the mayor's staff to violate civil service rules in the charter? Would you consider that political interference?
Yes.
Why?
Because again, and I'm going back to Civil Service Rule 15, it gives examples under Section 3 and Section 5 of political interference. And I do believe that it fits that criteria.
Okay. Do you believe, well, let me strike that. Would you call offering someone a job when the job is already filled by a civil servant by the mayor or the mayor's staff, would you consider that political interference?
Yes,
Why?
because that person still has a right to exhaust their administrative remedy, whether it's through, the Director of Personnel or through the Civil Service Commission.
Okay, fair enough. Do you believe it is proper for the mayor or the mayor's staff to be contacting the chair of the Civil Service Commission to discuss a pending matter involving a civil servant?
No.
Why not?
The civil service rules themselves state that no action can be taken by the commission except by majority assembled. And, that's a very formal process. And secondly, Article 18, Section 7H places limitations on the commission, and part of that at the very end talks about that nothing can be done except by a majority vote of the commission.
Okay, so why is it improper then for the mayor, the chief of staff of the mayor to be calling the chair of the commission?
It gives the appearance of impropriety and political contamination in a system that is designed by its very nature, pursuant to Article 18, to keep politics out of the merit system.
Okay.
Excuse me. Mr. Frank, isn't it true that any single commissioner, whether they're chairman, vice chairman, or just member, can call a meeting?
Can call a meeting?
Yeah.
They can call a meeting, but
That's all I'm asking you.
Okay.
Isn't that correct?
Yes, it
So
is.
they can take that action by themselves.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, do you think it takes 22 phone calls to the chair in order to have the chair call a meeting?
Let me object. This line of questioning is just argumentative at this point.
Overruled. You understand the question?
I do. I find that highly unusual.
Why?
I
How many phone calls does it take to call a chair and ask the chair to call me? Does it take 22 phone calls initiated by the chief of staff?
I would think not.
Okay. Can you think of any justification for someone, mayor's chief of staff, to be reaching out to the chair a total of 22 times in a 45-day period? Can you think of any reason why that would be justified?
I can't personally know.
Okay, how about 18 times in a 30-day period?
I can't.
Okay. Now, let's take a look at, how much time do I have? I want to make sure I adhere to the strict time requirement.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. If someone sent a letter, in this case, Mr. Jerry Boyd, to the Director of Personnel, saying that a hearing has been set for a certain date, that hadn't been set for that date, would you consider that improper?
Yes,
Why?
because it wasn't factual and true. Only the commission could set that date. And furthermore, it would be a potential violation of the code of conduct in terms of honest communications.
Because it would be a false document, right?
Correct.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Frank.
Good afternoon.
You said you resigned or retired from the position?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you weren't pushed out by the mayor, right?
No.
Would you say that you had political differences with the mayor?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. So you didn't have any differences with her over like the hiring of the police chief?
There were differences?
Okay. But those weren't political?
No.
Okay. Have you driven a city car? When you were director of personnel, did you have a city car?
No, I did not, and I've never even been one, sir.
You never been in one?
No.
Oh, okay. So you never had occasion to check one out for personal or city business?
Never.
In fact, you don't know anything about the underlying facts of this case, right?
No, very limited.
You have no personal knowledge of what the director did on July the 3rd?
Just one statement from her is all, sir.
Oh, she talked to you about it?
One statement is all.
When did she talk to you?
Early on in the process, she just explained to me that she was going to Jefferson City to retrieve some personal items and didn't specify anything else, sir.
Okay, that's all she said?
Yes.
Okay. And, I mean, Would you have done that?
No,
In fact, would you have taken a city vehicle to Jefferson City with an employee to spy on a spouse?
Well, let me object, because it assumes facts not in evidence.
Would you have done something like that?
All right, the objection is overruled.
no, I would not have.
Okay. That'd be a violation, right?
Yes.
Might even be malfeasance, huh?
Well, let me object, calls for a legal conclusion from this witness regarding what malfeasance means.
He's
Sustained.
opined
Sustained.
all over the place about what's in the charter. He's been opining ever since he's been sitting there. And now you don't want to hear his opinion?
Well, sustained.
Okay. I guess we don't want to hear his opinion anymore.
It's,
You sound like Judge Durker, Counselor.
his legal opinion, because the issue of malfeasance, as I understand it, there's absolutely nothing in the evidence or the pleadings that I know of that suggests that malfeasance itself was ever something under the jurisdiction of the Department of Personnel. So his expertise doesn't extend that far.
Well, so I'm just saying, he's been sitting here, telling you, reading, chapter and verse, reciting chapter and verse of the charter.
I would not
quite all that.
put it that way.
Section, line, probably down to the period and the semicolon.
He's made some
But, okay.
references,
All right.
Mr. Harris.
Okay.
But what's your point?
No, you've sustained
All right,
the objections.
that's fine.
All right. You talked about you are aware that employees, you've never seen anyone disciplined or even terminated for violating the vehicle policy.
No, sir.
And you talked about, I guess, some examples of being aware of examples of vehicles being used that were in violation.
Yes.
I think you talked about city vehicles being used to like transport family members.
Yes.
Okay, when was this?
Really, since the adoption of the vehicle policy, there's been a number of different instances. I was not exhaustive in all of the different occasions, but there's been some even more serious infractions which occurred and no disciplinary action occurred.
The serious one you're talking about, where the vehicle was parked in Brooklyn, Illinois?
No, there was one more serious one where a high-level official was driving a city vehicle, and I am aware that the person was involved in a crash and was under the influence of alcohol, and the jaws of life, which is what they refer to them as, had to come and extract that person, but no discipline occurred.
When was that?
I don't know, about 10 years ago, but that's approximate. I'm getting old and I can't remember all those things.
Okay, 10 years ago.
Yeah, approximately.
And then you mentioned, you talked about the instances where there was a car parked at Hooters, and then I think you mentioned the Brooklyn, Illinois situation.
Yes,
When
sir.
were those?
Those would have been 7, 8 years ago,
Okay, so
approximately.
2017, 18, something like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry I can't be more specific with the dates.
Okay, all right. So of any instances where you are aware of vehicle policy being violated, are there any of those instances where you can pin down like the time period, a little more than what you told us?
No, because no paperwork actually came through up until about the last 2 years of my tenure, maybe 3 years. I personally reviewed every piece of disciplinary action that came through the city, which was voluminous. Never saw that happen.
Never saw any disciplinary action related to vehicle
No,
misuse?
never.
But the ones you kind of recall, I guess vaguely recall, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, like that serious one?
Yes.
Were you, the one where you talked about where there was an accident and the vehicle and the jaws of life were used?
Yes.
Would you like to have seen some kind of discipline around that?
Yes.
Okay. And then what about these other instances that you have talked about where you were aware of the vehicle being, the vehicle policy being violated. Do you think that discipline should have occurred?
In some of them, yes, sir, and other ones, no.
The more serious ones, yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you, when was the last time you applied for reemployment? You were asked about this reemployment list. When were you placed on it?
The last time,
Yes.
I believe it was under the director, the current director, and in spring of 2024.
In the spring of 2024. That was the
Yes.
last time you reapplied.
I believe that's correct.
And you were applying for the director of personnel.
I was applying to be placed on the reemployment list for director of personnel.
Right. You wanted to be on that list because you wanted to be considered for director of personnel.
Yes,
So you applied at a time when there was a current director in place.
yes,
Okay. Were you expecting that maybe she was going to leave or something?
no.
Okay. Just in case.
Not just in case, but the director also has the authority to deem a list appropriate for other positions such as deputy director of personnel.
So you would have been, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to understand, were you just interested in the position of director of personnel?
Not just the director, also the deputy director, insofar as I felt that with my institutional knowledge, I would be able to be of assistance to her.
Okay, and so I guess to make a long story short, had the director of personnel found a spot for you as a deputy director, you'd have been fine with that.
Would you repeat that, please?
Had the current director of personnel had a spot came open for you as a deputy director of personnel, you would have been okay filling that spot.
If I would have filled that spot, it still would not have removed my name from my legitimate request to be placed on the reemployment list for director of personnel.
Okay, that's what you really wanted, director of personnel.
Would have been my preference.
Okay, all right. But so you weren't, applying for that though, because you thought, hey, maybe she's going to be on her way out.
No.
Okay, all right. And again, it would have been okay if there was this other position as deputy director and you could fill that position.
I thought that that might be something I'd be interested in as well.
Okay. Had you reapplied for to be on the list prior to that?
Yes.
When was that?
It was the fall, well, actually, pardon me. I retired November 30th of 2021, and I think it was on or about January of 2022 that I filed. It may have been sooner than that, but it was sometime in the winter of 2022 that I made original application for reemployment.
Okay. And if you recall, at that time, was the position filled?
At that time, I can't recall if it was filled yet by the person that they appointed, Mr. Moten, as an interim.
Okay.
I do not believe so. I think that it was actually that Sylvia Donaldson within the Department of Personnel was still serving as the interim director as appointed by the commission.
So what happened to your application back then?
I found out after the fact that I was removed from the reemployment list for director.
Well, who did that?
That would have been Sylvia Donaldson.
Okay. You know why she did that?
I would have to speculate.
Go ahead.
I would speculate that it was at the directive of the mayor's office.
So you thought that the mayor told Sylvia Donaldson to remove you from the reemployment list?
That's what I would suspect.
Okay, all right. And do you think, and at the time, I take it, you thought you should be back as director of personnel?
Either as director, as I said, what originally prompted me to apply was to get on the list and possibly be able to be a deputy director in order to assist the new director, whoever that would be, with the complexities of our system.
Gotcha. back when you were the director of personnel, I mean, it was a pressure-filled job, is that right?
Very much so.
You got complaints from employees?
Yes, I was not only director of personnel, but also started up a new retirement plan, the FRP, without my knowledge, and the employees' retirement system. And I also served as a very active secretary, to the Civil Service Commission, and was on the board of directors for the St. Louis Area Business Health Coalition, which had 70 members and 300,000 participants. So I was very busy.
Yeah, but as director of personnel, again, I mean, that's a big job.
It is.
Have a lot of pressure.
Yes.
Complaints from, employees from time to time.
Yes.
A lot of complaints.
A lot of complaints. Usually, at the time, we had up to 63 out of 6,700 positions, full-time positions were filled at one point, and we had 700 to 900 part-time positions and up to 13 different labor unions, and I was also the chief negotiator for the city. So we usually had complaints either coming from isolated incidents from an employee here or there, or perhaps from the unions themselves.
Right. I mean, was that unfair to you that people would complain or you were under pressure?
I had a very capable staff, and my staff took care of a lot of the day-to-day operations and would elevate it to me if it's something that was a major policy decision.
Did you complain to? You served under a couple of different mayors, 2 or 3.
3.
Did you complain to the mayors about about complaints coming out of your department?
No.
Okay. Never?
Not that I'm aware of, no. Not that I can recall, sir.
But why not?
It's part of the job.
Okay. So again, you apply to get put on the reemployment list, preferably for director of personnel if possible, right?
Yes.
You believe that you should be back as director of personnel?
Believe I should be back. I wanted consideration to be back if the position should ever come open.
Okay. So you were the prior, I guess, permanent, director of personnel prior to the current one, right?
Yes.
There was a couple of interims between. It was Sylvia Donaldson and John Moten.
Yes.
Okay. So when you were the leader of the Department of Personnel here in the city, would you say that, the department was kind of operating in the dark ages?
No, I don't. I take great exception with that because there were things reported that we didn't have technology or that there were only typewriters, when in fact we had a system called Sigma, which was an automated applicant tracking system, which was very proficient, could produce reports instantly. We had an ERRA system, which my senior deputy director helped program back in the 1960s. They had about 360,000 lines of COBOL. We were exploring NeoGov. I was also consulting with Plant Moran in terms of the ERRP project. My senior deputy was a person who was a lead person in charge of vetting that process. So I do take exception with, like we were some backwater type of organization hammering things out on a computer.
As we understand it, y'all were just doing typewriters, didn't know what computers were.
That's not true.
But wasn't the department in need of modernization? It wasn't modern, right?
We followed the rules and regulations, and some people, including the mayor, felt that the charter needed modernization.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about filling vacancies? Weren't you having trouble filling vacancies as the director of personnel? Wasn't the department having trouble weren't there a lot of vacancies that you guys just couldn't fill?
At the time that I left, about 53 out of 6,300 total positions were filled. And a lot of that had to do with...
I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Say that again? What did you, I just didn't get, did you say 53 out of?
6,300 full-time positions were filled. So
Were
we had
filled.
Yes, were filled. We had about 1,000 vacancies.
6,247 vacant?
No, we had a total at our height of 6,700 full-time positions back before we did layoffs. And at that time, when we had 6,700 full-time positions, we had over 6,300 of them filled, in addition to the part-time positions to which I previously testified. We began experiencing trouble with the recruitment of, despite all of our different efforts, with employees because we'd fallen way behind what the market was paying. And so we met and commenced a citywide compensation study in order to address that.
Okay, well, if someone said that they walked into a recruitment system that was somewhat archaic from a standpoint of being able to provide candidates in a timely manner, they walked into the Department of Personnel, walked into that job, it was archaic, couldn't, get candidates to fill positions in a timely manner. You agree with that, don't you?
Agree with it? No.
Why not?
I don't agree with that based on technology because we were already implementing Sigma. We had any of the infamous roster cards already on the electronic system, as well as a backup, which our consultant at Oracle thought was a good idea, and many major cities did that. And then finally, no, I don't think it was the system itself. I think I pinpointed already that the compensation, due to the actions of prior boards of aldermen and mayors, were not supportive of giving salary increases to anyone other than uniformed police officers, and by the charter requirement, firefighters also got those.
Yeah. And so I mean, whatever difficulties there were, it sounds like there was some blame to go around. You're saying mayor, board of aldermen.
Residency requirement.
Residency requirement. So there's some issues with kind of, getting the job done at the Department of Personnel.
I think it became increasingly difficult, yes, sir, if I may.
And with all that political interference going on all over the place, too, I mean, that was part of it, right?
No, I disagree with that statement because I only spoke to political interference in the one instance, by the current mayor. I did not say, nor did I experience political interference from prior mayors.
Okay. All right. And you retired, so you're currently getting a pension from the city?
Yes.
All right. And I mean, if you're rehired, do you still get the pension at the same time?
It depends on the number of hours worked. If I worked below 40 hours a week, I would not have to forfeit my pension. If I worked 40 hours, 40 hours biweekly, pardon me, then I would have to forfeit my pension.
I'm sorry. Okay. Say that again.
If I worked an average, of 39 hours biweekly or under, I would not have to forfeit my pension. If I worked an average of 40 hours, or more biweekly, then under the rules of ERS, I would need to give up my pension.
Okay. Got it. All right. 1 second. The letter, your last letter to get on the reemployment list, when did you say you submitted that?
I believe it was in 2024 earlier, but I'm not really sure of the date because, again, there was some back and forth. I had when I had learned that I was not on the eligible or reemployment list, I had appealed that, or wrote that rather, to the Civil Service Commission, and they had reviewed it and said that everything seemed to be in good order. So.
Okay, so you don't know like when in 2024 you wrote the letter?
No, any of my former staff, would be able to provide the exact dates, but I don't have.
Okay, all right. So you don't know, like if it was held on to, like the reason why it was held on to?
No, I don't, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
The only thing, just to be clear, because there's some confusion about what you said, can you tell us again the statistics you gave as far as, you said some about part-time positions and full-time positions?
Yes.
I know the last thing I got was, and I believe you said it was at the time you left, there were 6,700 full-time positions in the city, and 6,300 of them were filled?
No, Judge, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That was at the height of in my earlier years.
In the earlier years?
Yeah, maybe in the mid-2000s, prior to the economic collapse of 2007. And we just gradually, the city budget took a hit, and we needed to make a lot of layoffs. I probably made 600 to 800 layoffs under former Mayor Slay, just during his tenure.
Okay.
But I do want to clarify again, there were approximately 1,000 vacancies. We had filled about 5,300 out of 6,300 positions full-time at the time that I departed, which was November 30th. But 1,000 vacancies wasn't good, but we were trying different recruitment efforts and had completed the study that I talked about in order to up the pay.
Okay, thank you. That, we just didn't quite
Thank you, Judge.
follow
And
all of
if
that.
I speak too quickly, pardon me.
That's okay, but I think we have it now. Thank you. Mr. Norwood, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, now, you understood that Director Sonia Jenkins Gray was new to city government. You understood that, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand also she had 28, give or take, years in the private sector dealing with HR-related matters?
Yes.
All right. And with respect to innovations, did you understand that she brought additional innovations on top of the innovations that you've described?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And we say, oh, yes, you say that pretty without hesitation. What do you mean by that?
I've seen, her familiarity with marketing and, the social media, and I've seen, she's, I think, a lot more creative individual than me.
Okay. And that's not a knock on you, it's just
No,
that-
it's just how we're built.
Okay.
And I've said that before. I mean, we would make a good team because, I'm methodical and precise, and she's very creative and does a better job, I think, thinking outside the box based on what I've seen.
Okay. And what you've heard, right? Because you've talked to people and
Yes.
they've told you about those improvements that have happened under her watch.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as a person new to city government, would you agree that it would be prudent for her to rely on advice from her subordinates?
Yes.
All right, because when you were new, you relied on advice from your subordinates. Isn't that true?
One in particular, yes.
Okay. And why? Why would you rely on subordinates' advice?
We have a very complicated system, unlike the private sector where you can fire at will, barring any union contracts, et cetera. We have the charter, we have the civil service rules, we have Department of Personnel Administrative Regulations, we have many different, at the time, collective bargaining agreements, there's applicable ordinances, all of them are nuanced. And I relied heavily on the institutional knowledge of my senior deputy director who had been here 55 years. So I was blessed to have that.
Okay. And so if she relied on her subordinates, and with respect to whether or not she should this drive back and forth to Jeff City, would you consider that imprudent on her part to rely on a subordinate who she understood the rules regarding city vehicle usage?
We're different people. I wouldn't necessarily say it was imprudent. I would want to see it myself, but I'm a visual person, and I would want to see it myself. But, certainly there are things from time to time in running such a large department, you do have to, I think, rely on your various deputy directors or managers for expertise.
Okay. And would you consider something a serious violation of, in this case, the vehicle use policy if she wasn't aware of the vehicle use policy?
I think any violation of a policy would be mitigated if the person were not aware that it was, if they were not aware that it was a violation. I think that kind of idea of evil intent or malintent is coming into play.
Right, right. Because I think you said that the purpose of discipline is not to punish anybody, right?
No.
Right? It's to help them get on track, right?
Yes,
And isn't that the purpose of progressive discipline, to make sure that, okay, it happened once, but it better not happen again, right?
yes, I would say our system's built on that with exceptions noted,
Okay.
you know, that are so serious that they warrant, you know, an exception to progressive discipline.
And what are some of those exceptions?
Sexual harassment, threats, legitimate threats of physical violence, doctoring paperwork, things of that nature.
Okay, and when we talked about that notice that was sent out by Mr. Boyd that purported to reflect a hearing notice when there wasn't a hearing, that would be a doctored document. Isn't that true?
Yes,
All right, and that would be a violation of the code of conduct, right?
yes,
And a violation of law because that document goes into a personnel record, correct?
yes.
All right, and you know why no one in the mayor's office, despite all of the testimony we've had over the last couple of weeks about this violation and this doctoring of records, why the mayor hasn't found it upon herself to investigate her chief of staff? Do you know why?
No.
All right, and there's been testimony about the fact that this vehicle log has certain information on it that would suggest that the vehicle exceeded the mileage back and forth to Jeff City by some 440 miles. Okay? Would it shock you, the fact that upon discovery of that, nobody did anything to investigate that particular thing? Would that shock you?
I've learned not to be too shocked in the city by things, but I'd be disappointed.
Okay, why would you be disappointed?
I'd be disappointed because it's taxpayer money, and if something were so egregious as to be 400 and some miles, you know, I would want an answer as to why that occurred.
Well, you at least want maybe reimbursement, right?
Absolutely.
And you're aware of the fact that Director Sonia Jenkins Gray reimbursed the city $170.30, right?
Let me object that he's already testified he doesn't know anything about the underlying facts of the case.
Sustained.
Or are you aware of the fact that she reimbursed the city?
Well,
Same
sustained,
objection.
that's the question.
No, I asked
Sustained.
him if he were aware of it.
Right.
If he's not aware of it, then yeah.
The objection's sustained.
Well, he sure is aware now that you're saying it.
Well, it's in the newspaper, I think, and it's, you know, in the charging document. But in any event, let's
All right.
move on. Let's move on. Your rights to reemployment, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
I mean, you sustained objection, and now I'm,
I'll tell you what, I'm going to overrule the objection. There's already been testimony about it. There's already been you holding up the bag that had the money in it.
right, right. So you,
Go ahead and ask him. the
you've
question.
heard of the rumors about which is already in the record, and we got the receipts and the checks. You're aware of the rumors about the fact that she's reimbursed the city, right?
I've read about it, sir.
All right. And is that a factor to weigh in determining whether or not someone gets what amounts to termination from employment?
Historically, that has been in the city.
Okay. All right. And you talked about, now let's talk about these more serious violations. You talked about the jaws of life. Tell us more about that. What was that incident about?
It was a high-ranking person, administrative level, and that person, I was made aware that that person was in a city car involved in a serious vehicular accident on 170 in the evening hours, was intoxicated based on the evidence, and they had to use, the first responders had to use the special equipment in order to extract that person.
Okay. And that person was never charged.
No,
It was high profile, was out in the media, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you found out about it, and you knew about it, and none of those complaints or charges against that particular individual came by your desk.
No.
All right. Now, you became aware of the fact that certain individuals in the Department of Personnel were locked out after you left, a few days after you left. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Does that sound appropriate to you?
No.
Why not?
First of all, the Department of Personnel contains a lot of privileged employee information. Depending on what section you're in, it would have a history of an employee's, it would have their address, their names, their current address, their social security numbers, other highly confidential information. In certain areas of the department personnel, there would be information that's protected by the provisions of HIPAA High-Tech, where there needs to be a physical barrier as well. And for a political entity, to take any action to lock out civil service employees is, to me, not only extremely alarming, but possibly defamatory as well.
Okay, all right. And it has been suggested that part of that lockout related to you improperly shredding documents. What do you have to say about that?
That was never shared with me, that I had anything to do with it.
Was there any improper shredding of documents under your watch?
No, as a matter of fact, what we did is we have a lot of paper. We always complied with the Secretary of State retention's records. And once we just, had too much paper, we would put it in a bin and wait for it to be shredded, similar to what the city councilor's office does itself. I've physically seen it, so it's not hearsay. I've seen them have 2 bins for shredding that they keep in their basement.
Okay, so city council has shredding equipment?
Every department does, as far
Every
as I know.
department does?
I would think so, yes.
So to the extent that somebody was suggesting that there was some improper activity going on to justify changing locks and locking out personnel, that wouldn't be accurate, would it?
I think it would not be accurate, and I would add that furthermore, any of those personal documents that were in my possession were, number one, preserved on the city's email system, its computer system, and then secondly, I had made sure to preserve any of the things that would be of more interest to the department, new department director, in folders and had them transferred to the deputy director.
Now, are you aware of situations where the city councilor would be involved in helping the mayor conduct investigations?
Yes.
What situation are you aware of?
I've had one situation where the city councilor has, assisted in conducting investigations for EEOC, MCHR, many of those types of things. I've personally had them involved in, looking at different issues. That's part of what, they do is.
Well, they provide advice.
Yes, advice.
Right.
Advice.
But are they the actual investigators with respect to the mayor's efforts, if there were efforts to conduct political interference? Would that be proper?
That's something I'm really not that familiar with, the article that talks about the role and responsibilities of the city councilor. I do know that, he or she is responsible for providing legal advice and guidance to all of the various office holders, including the Board of Aldermen, Director of Personnel, et cetera.
Right, but if the mayor is precluded from political interference, does that insulate the city councilor from political interference?
No, because the city councilor is also a politically appointed entity.
Right.
She is not a civil service. She is, in fact, an accepted position, one that is politically appointed, for the term of the mayor.
So the city councilor then is precluded from political interference, like the mayor would be precluded from political interference, right?
Yeah, yes.
And just so the commission knows, when we talk about independence of the Department of Personnel, why is that important?
The importance of the independence of the Department of Personnel is due to the fact that the voters changed the charter back in, I believe, 1941, and they called it Article 18, the Civil Service Act, in order to keep out patronage and to keep out the kind of rampant cronyism and political favoritism, et cetera, that happened in other parts of the city. So that is why we have a almost uniquely strong civil service system with a civil service commission.
Okay, and you're aware, are you not, that the mayor has come out publicly and expressed the view that the Department of Personnel, Director of Personnel, should be folded into the mayor's umbrella of authority. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
All right. And in your view, is that proper?
I think there are strengths in the current system. I'll also say that it's customary in many different cities and counties, et cetera, political subdivisions, to have not even a mayor, we have a weak mayor system, but to have a county executive, a city manager, et cetera, who's wholly independent of, well, not wholly independent, but typically reports to like a city council or a county council, et cetera. So, you could certainly make an argument for, either side. It is what it is.
But in this case, with the current system in place, is it proper for the mayor or the mayor's staff to go around those civil service rules in order to, in certain cases, hire, I've used the word cronies, but friends of the mayor, to put them in positions that usurp the civil service rules? Is that proper?
No.
All right. And individuals who aren't qualified with respect to resume, would that be proper?
Absolutely not.
And is that because of the fact that the system as set up today is a merit-based system, correct?
It is, sir. The only way that a person is supposed to get hired is based on tests of merit and fitness.
Okay. And that's the bedrock of the charter in this case,
Yes.
right? All right. And if a mayor doesn't like that, like everybody else in the city, the mayor is bound by that just like the director and everybody else, correct?
Yes.
Just like you were, right?
Yes.
And the reason you stuck to your guns is because you were following the charter, right?
Yes.
And to the extent that Director Jenkins Gray took a position in favor of upholding that charter and in favor of rejecting cronyism, she was doing her job, right?
Yes.
Okay. How much time?
Looks like you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. All right. Now, if this investigation that was directed to Director Sonia Jenkins Gray was done in a record time of 3 days, would you consider that to be out of the ordinary?
Out of the ordinary?
Yes.
I'm unfamiliar or unaware of any similar type of investigation into any of the prior directors, including myself.
Okay.
I know that the commission's docket, typically is very full, very heavy, and so that tends to lag just like a court docket.
Okay, but I'm just talking about the actual investigative steps. If this investigation involving this complex matter was done in a matter of 3 days, would that raise some red flag in your view?
The red flag would be to make sure that all the proper steps were covered
Okay.
in doing so.
Okay. And if the witnesses that were relied upon if one of them was identified as a notorious liar, would that factor into what you would do in the context of an investigation like that?
Yes.
How so?
I would want to corroborate, that testimony with any kind of physical records, and certainly any other, statements, written statements, hopefully sworn statements from other people as well.
Okay. And would the code of conduct compel a person to make sure that those documents in a personnel file are accurate?
Yes.
And would that code of conduct compel an individual who received information of wrongdoing to report that to an appropriate appointing authority?
Yes.
Okay. Is it acceptable if, in this case, the chief of staff and the deputy chief of staff ignored evidence showing misconduct? Would that be proper?
Not in my opinion.
Why not?
Because again, they are also bound by the code of conduct. It's It was called the Mayor's Code of Conduct, as a matter of fact, and it applied to all employees in the classified service, whether they're civil service or direct political appointees of hers.
Okay. Do you think it is proper for the mayor to have people on her staff that she wants to get rid of, to attempt to place those individuals that she wanted to get rid of onto the roles of the civil service rules, particularly if they're not qualified?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
He's an expert, so hypothetically,
Expert in what?
if that were the case.
Okay, I'm not quite sure. What is your hypothetical question?
The question is, would it be proper, in your opinion, for the mayor, in an attempt to do an end run around the civil service rules, to place her political appointees who were not doing a satisfactory job onto the roles of the civil service system?
Again, objection assumes facts, not in evidence, and it's highly argumentative.
All right, overruled.
No,
Why not?
because again, it's attempting to circumvent the legitimate test for character and fitness. And our system in the charter, we are mandated to certify the top 6 candidates in rank order based on whatever type of testing or overall review instrument, is deemed most applicable and appropriate by the director and her staff.
And if that happened, you would consider that political interference?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
I do have some brief recross.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Norwood asked you if you thought it was proper for the investigation to have been done in record time. Remember he said that?
Yes.
What's record time?
I don't have an answer to that, sir.
Okay, so you don't know what he was talking about, do you?
No.
He also said, would it be proper to rely on someone who's been called a notorious liar? Remember that?
Yes.
You said you'd want to corroborate the person who's been called a notorious liar.
Yes.
What if the person about whom the alleged notorious liar admitted what the alleged notorious liar said happened? That be enough for you?
I don't think it would be enough for me. I mean, I'd be trying to look for as much different documentation as possible, including, again, support from other witnesses, sworn statements that could be, put into evidence if necessary, any kind of documentation, et cetera.
Text messages?
Certainly.
But it would be pretty important if the person who is alleged to have done something, they admitted what this notorious liar said they did, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about this whole reimbursement thing that you read. You saw it on the news.
Yes.
You don't know anything about it, though, right?
What I read in the paper.
What you read in the paper. You don't know what this alleged reimbursement was for personally?
The article was fairly well detailed in terms of a drive to Jefferson City, and there is a reimbursement rate for vehicular usage that includes the amount of deterioration as well as gas usage.
Amount of deterioration?
Yeah, on a car.
Okay. So it's your understanding from what you read in the paper that this was reimbursement for the round trip to Jefferson City from St. Louis?
Yes.
Okay. Did it include any miles driven after coming back to St. Louis?
I don't know that, sir.
Don't know if it included a trip to the casino and back?
No, I don't know the
You don't know if it
specifics.
included a trip from the casino to her daughter's house?
No, I don't know.
From her daughter's house back to her house?
No, I do not.
From her house back to a friend's house? You don't know any of that?
No, I don't.
Did she reimburse for, I don't know, the time that was spent during a workday on personal stuff?
I don't have any knowledge.
Have no idea, do you?
No.
Okay. You were asked again about this specific instance dealing with the violation of the policy where the jaws of life were used?
Yes.
To cut somebody out of a car?
Yes.
No discipline, right?
No.
And if I recall from your testimony, these things happened 8-10 years ago.
Approximately. I'm sorry.
You said 8 to 10 or 18?
8 to 10.
Approximately.
Approximately, okay. And I think you said that like for these serious incidents or for these violations, you would have preferred to see some discipline, right?
Yes, I would have.
Okay. If it was 8 to 10 years ago, that was under a different mayor, right?
Yes.
So if this mayor is holding people accountable, that's a good thing.
Yes.
All right. That's all I got.
All right, that's it for Mr. Frank.
Thanks, Judge.
You're
Nice seeing
welcome,
you.
Mr. Frank. I haven't seen you in many years, but good to see you again. You look very tan and relaxed. Okay, so, and you appear, despite this grilling, to still be tan and relaxed. so-
I don't know. It's happy hours coming soon.
Thank you, Mr. Frank, appreciate you.
All right, with that, we're ready. What time is it, 3 o'clock? All right, so almost 3 o'clock. Ready, next witness?
Yes, I'd like to, we'd like to call Sarah Baker.
Sarah Baker is recalled. She is here, so we can proceed. Ms. Baker was already sworn in earlier when she was on the witness stand. So, Ms. Baker, you are still under oath as you were previously sworn in. Okay, so just why don't you step there over the cords or whatever, and take your seat. You may proceed. I got right at 2:57, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Now, you previously testified about discussions with the director about Mr. Rick Frank, right?
Yes,
And the fact that he had submitted this letter with respect to reemployment, right?
she said that he had submitted a letter, yes.
Right, and you directed her to make sure he did not go on that reemployment
No.
list, didn't you?
I did not do that.
You did not do that?
I did not do that.
Okay, did you reach out to the airport to find
No,
out?
I did not reach out to the airport.
Well, you testified earlier that there was some effort to find out if there was a position at the
There was an effort to find out if, your question was, did I reach out to the airport? I did not reach out to the
Okay.
airport.
Who reached out to the airport?
I do not know if anyone in the end reached out to the airport.
Okay, but what you testified to before about somebody reaching out to the airport, what do you mean by that?
I meant we were looking to see if there were positions available elsewhere because she needed to put him on a list.
Okay, so you were trying to figure out if there were other positions to place Mr. Rick Frank in the city government, right?
She would have to make that determination. We were looking to see if there were any other open positions.
We who?
We were,
We?
meaning
Who
me
is
and
the
Jared
we?
were talking about
You and Jared?
potential positions that might be open, but we never directed her to
Okay.
put him on any list.
Question, Mr. Baker, was who is we?
I responded, me and Jared.
Okay, tell us about those discussions between you and Jared regarding what possible positions existed for Mr. Rick Frank.
Let me just object because, I mean, she's been on the witness stand before and has already testified about this.
That's correct, but he's recalling her. Well, he's using his time, so we'll see. I don't know whether he's going to tie this up to something or not. Go ahead, Mr. Norwood.
Okay, so you said you were discussing it. What did you and Mr. Boyd discuss about Mr. Frank's ability to have a position somewhere else in the city? Tell us about
We
those
weren't
discussions.
discussing his abilities. We were
Well, what were you
asking if
discussing?
there were other types of positions that might be open for him.
Why?
Because she's required to put him on a list and she'd sat on the letter.
Well, but he was already going to be placed on the reemployment list for director of personnel, right?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay, well, why are you talking about some other position if you didn't know the first instance on whether or not
What
he
I-
should be placed? Let me finish. Why are you all talking about some other position if you didn't know if in fact he was on the list for this position?
All we knew was that he hadn't been placed on a list.
Okay, all right. And so the step would be, if that's the list he wants to be on, that's the list he should be placed on since it's director of personnel's decision, right?
It's her discretion.
All right, and you understand that she ultimately put him on the list, right?
I actually don't know what she did with the letter.
You don't know what she did with the letter, and you're not aware of whether or not she put him on that reemployment list for director of personnel. Is that what you testifying to under oath today?
I don't know I don't know, I know that Rick Frank submitted multiple letters. I don't know what the outcome of the latest letter is. I don't even know if there's a more recent letter.
Okay. So you and he are talking about other positions. Why are you all talking about other positions for Mr. Frank? Why do you care?
He needed to end up on a list. Ultimately, wherever she made that decision, she made that decision.
But why are you involved in personnel matters?
We were talking just about places he could end up on a list.
That wasn't my question, ma'am. My question simply was why, and you or Mr. Boyd are involved in personnel matters that falls under her supervision.
I'm not disagreeing it's under her supervision or her decision. We were,
So answer my question, not
Why
your
were we
question.
involved?
No. Yes, why are the two of you talking about personnel matters that falls within her bailiwick regarding a former employee of the city of St. Louis?
Director Gray had regular check-ins with Jared and I for a long period of time. She was under his purview as far as managing from the office. That's why we were discussing personnel matters. We talked to Director Gray almost every single week.
Okay. And why are you discussing Mr. Rick Frank, though? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because we knew there was a letter,
Right.
and we knew she hadn't done anything with the letter.
Okay. And so now but you're talking about other positions. How come you didn't say, put him on the list for the director of personnel position? Why didn't you suggest that?
It's her discretion what list she puts him on.
Okay.
We were just talking about other potential positions that might be open.
Well, what
She
other
can-
potential positions did you talk about?
I don't remember any specific position we talked about related to Rick Frank. She has a discretion to put him on whatever list she wants to put him on.
Okay. And again, you and he are talking about, what other positions were you all talking about for Mr. Frank?
We never,
Overruled as to answered.
Yeah, that's the answer.
so, sorry, say your question one more time again.
What other positions? What other list?
We were interested to see if there was a position out at the airport, but I don't remember an exact, this position is the one we're looking at. That's the only position I remember talking about directly.
Okay, and who reached out to the airport?
I don't know who ultimately reached out to the airport.
You didn't reach out?
I did not contact Rhonda.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Boyd contacted Ron?
I do not know.
Do you know if the city councilor contacted Ron?
I do not know.
Asked and answered.
Overruled, and she answered that she didn't know with regard to each one.
Right. And so you don't know if it was the city councilor, correct?
I don't know who reached out to Rhonda.
Fair enough. And in fact, do you know if the city council had any role with respect to where Mr. Frank should be placed?
I don't know.
But you do know she was involved in the investigation, right?
Yes,
All
but
right.
I don't know anything about her in relation to this list.
All right. And what involvement did she have in the investigation?
We mostly were trying to figure out, me and Jared, were trying to figure out how to proceed because this is a very unique circumstance. So she would advise us as to, the various guidance that was under the charter.
Okay. And was she involved in interviewing witnesses?
Not in any interview I was in.
Okay. Do you know if she made any efforts to reach out to Dr. Byrd to interview him?
I don't know who Sheena reached out to or any of that directly.
Well, if you and Mr. Boyd were doing the investigation, do you know why Sheena Hamilton would have reached out to him to interview him in conjunction with the investigation?
I don't even know that she did. The only other thing I know about related to Anthony Byrd is his ultimate deposition, so
Okay.
I don't know anything about
Well,
it.
if you know about his deposition, you know that in his deposition he testified that Sheena Hamilton reached out to try to interview him. You're aware of that, right?
I have not listened to Anthony's deposition. I do not know.
All right. But if that's in the record, you wouldn't have any reason to dispute that.
I'm not disputing it. I just have no personal knowledge of it.
All right. And assuming that's the case, and assuming we have that testimony record, do you know why Sheena Hamilton would have been involved in interviewing him in conjunction with your investigation?
I do not know.
All right. Now, you're aware, you were in that meeting when Mr. Boyd asked her to resign, right? You were in that meeting, right?
He did not ask her to resign.
What did he ask her?
He gave her the night. So we basically said that the letter.
When we talk, see, we try to be precise
Okay,
here.
I apologize. Jared indicated that we wouldn't be providing the I did it again. Jared indicated that the termination letter was not going to come that day, that she could pick it up tomorrow.
Okay. And what about this resignation?
He did
business?
not ask her to resign.
Did the issue of resignation even come up?
I don't recall the word resign coming up in that conversation.
Okay, so if he testified that there was a discussion about her falling on her sword and resigning.
I don't remember the word falling on the sword either.
Okay, resigning. You say you don't remember resigning. Any discussion about her doing an end run around this proceeding by not being director of personnel anymore. I mean,
I don't remember the specifics of the words that Jared used in that situation, but I don't remember him saying, Director Gray, would you resign? I don't remember that. I remember him talking about the letter that she would get the following day.
okay, so if it came up, as you see it today, you don't recall it.
I don't recall him saying, Director Gray, would you resign?
Okay, fair enough. Now let's go to your memo, your investigative memo.
Am I in the bigger binder or the smaller
I
binder?
believe you're in the bigger binder, our binder, Exhibit 28.
This one only goes to 25. Could it be the other one? This goes to tab 25? Oh, no, sorry, they just start at the top again.
Okay, what is that? We talked about that. That's your investigative summary, right?
These are my notes from the interviews that we did.
Right, and one of those interviews included an interview with Dr. Anthony Bird, correct?
Correct.
And nowhere in your interview notes did Dr. Bird tell you that Sonia Jenkins Gray was going to Jeff City to see if her husband was cheating, right?
I would have to reread Anthony's
Go right
notes.
ahead.
He does not use the word cheating. He talks about, he learns on the trip that they're going to confront Reverend Gray.
Okay. He doesn't say anything about cheating, right?
No.
And we talked before with you, we talked about the fact that she was trying to reach her husband, couldn't reach her. That would be cause for concern, as it would have been for you, right? Remember we talked about that before?
Yes.
Okay, so her being concerned and not being able to reach her husband, there's nothing problematic about that, is it?
Calling your husband is not problematic.
And not reaching him and being concerned about that fact wouldn't be problematic either, right?
No.
All right? And as you sit here today, you don't know if the reason she went to Jefferson City was the reason she told you and Jared, which was to retrieve personal papers, correct?
I know that Director Gray said to us, meaning me and Jared, that she was not happy with what she found in Jefferson City. I know that in the
You
statement...
didn't answer my question.
I'm trying to answer your question.
I know, but let's start. You can say whatever you want to say and respond. My question to you is, as you sit here today, do you know if she went to Jefferson City for the purpose of retrieving those personal papers from her vehicle?
I know that's what she said she did.
Okay, and do you have any witness that has said anything to the contrary as to her reason for going to Jeff City?
Anthony Byrd testified to the fact that when they were there, they confronted the director's husband.
Okay.
He then made the comment that she was going to destroy her career and his marriage. I know that Bianca Lambert later testified and wrote that Anthony talked about their relationships and the cheating
But let me
issue
pause,
came up there as well.
because Bianca Lambert wasn't there, right?
No, this is the recount that Anthony gave to her, and
Okay.
then she put in writing to Jared and myself.
Okay. And so she was reporting hearsay from what she understood Dr. Byrd said to her, right?
She was sharing the conversation Dr. Byrd had with her.
I'm sorry, Ms. Baker, you're talking about Exhibit 28?
Yes.
Your notes of Dr. Byrd?
Yes.
I'm not, I mean, there's a lot in there. Where does it say that Dr. Byrd told you that the director told him they were going to Jefferson City to confront her husband?
I meant that he learns about it when he,
Where
when
did
they
You
do
meant
that.
No,
I mean
in other
that.
words, in other words, there
The
is
note-
nothing in there that says that the director told you that she was going to confront her husband.
I'm not saying the director told Anthony we're going to confront my husband. I was saying that.
You're not saying that now.
No, I'm not saying that that's here. I'm saying what Anthony found when they went there was that it wasn't to surprise Reverend Gray, as he thinks might be the case when they're making the trip to Jefferson City. It was instead to, I use the word confront because they confronted him, they found him. That's what I'm talking about.
But you didn't write that in your memo?
I say that,
What'd you say? Which bullet point, so we can all follow along?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm about midway down the page, about bullet 14.
Okay, read it into the record, could you?
When they arrive in Jefferson City, Gray asks Bird to drive her to the hotel and wait. They see the director's personal car at the hotel. Bird does so and observes Reverend Gray leaving the hotel. Bird alleges that Director Gray was entering the hotel from a different door when Reverend Gray exited the hotel and approached the vehicle. Reverend Gray opens the door and says, "She's here, isn't she?" At this point, Reverend Gray and Director Gray see each other. Reverend Gray runs from the scene. During the drive home, Director Gray is visibly upset and calling family members to describe what happens. Her
Right.
belief appears to be
Where
that...
does it say that Director Gray said she went to Jefferson City to confront him or get
I
him to
apologize
run
if
from
I-
the scene?
I apologize if I used a word that doesn't mean that to you all. What I mean by confront is that they ended up confronting him.
They
ended up
Yeah.
means after
And that's when
something
Anthony
happened
knew
later.
that they were confronting him.
Ended up
Yeah.
after something, you're not saying,
I'm not saying that Director Gray told Anthony, "We're going to confront my husband."
but I keep hearing that.
That's not what I'm saying.
That you're saying that Dr. Bird told you that she went up there to confront him.
No,
but
sir.
She doesn't.
Your Honor, I think that the question that's being asked is embedding that statement and attributing it to the witness, but she didn't say that.
Well, okay, who did?
Yeah, who told you that she was going to Jeff City to confront her husband? Who told you
To
that?
be very clear, I'm saying that...
No. I want you to be clear in answering my question.
That's what I'm trying to do, sir. May I?
Did Dr. Bird tell you that she went to Jeff City to confront her husband?
Dr. Bird did not say that Director Gray told him, "We're going on this trip to Jefferson City to confront my husband."
Okay, all right, let's check that box. So he didn't say that,
No.
right? Did Dr. Bird tell you that she was going to Jeff City to catch her husband cheating?
What he told us about...
Did Dr. Bird tell you that she told him that she was going to Jeff City to catch her husband cheating? Yes or no?
So, on the document right in front of you, it says, during the drive home, the director, this is me taking notes on what Anthony was telling us. The director is visibly upset, calling family members to describe what happened. Her belief appears to be that Reverend Gray was having an affair
that's
with
not
his
an answer
ex-wife.
to my question.
As I'm understanding your question,
You don't understand the question, Ms. Baker.
Maybe
Why don't
not.
you try listening very
Yeah.
carefully
Yeah.
to the question?
Let's try that. Did he tell you that she, meaning Director Jenkins Gray, told him that she was going to Jeff City to catch her husband cheating?
no, and that's not what I said either.
I'm not saying you said it. Nobody said it. To you, right? Right?
Anthony did not say that to me.
Okay, Anthony didn't say it, right? Did anybody else that you interviewed said it?
Do we have Bianca's statement in here?
Well, Bianca wasn't there, right?
So the other person that I heard about the cheating allegation from
Okay,
was
was for
Bianca.
somebody who wasn't there.
Correct, it was
Okay.
Bianca.
I'm talking about the people who were there. We know she was there, right?
Yes,
And we know Dr. Bird was there, right?
yes.
And Dr. Bird told neither you nor Jared Boyd that she was going there to catch her husband cheating, correct?
He did not tell us that she was going there to catch her husband cheating.
Okay,
He
fair
told us
enough.
about what happened when they were
Ma'am,
there.
that's the answer to the question. No, right?
He did not
Why is
say
it so
that-
hard to say no?
He did not say that that was the reason for the trip.
Right, okay, that's all I'm asking. Okay, now let's get back to what you did put down in your, and you wanted to make sure this was accurate, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you wrote that in fact, he told you, meaning Dr. Bird, that all of this wound down at 9 p.m., correct?
I don't remember the exact time he said. Oh, yeah, here. Bird finished transporting Director Gray around 9 p.m.
All right, and that's what he told you, which was much closer than the incident than we are, some months after the fact, right?
Could you restate the question?
9 p.m. is what he told you, right?
He told us 9 p.m.
All right, and so as far as you know, that's what it was, that whatever happened that day, she was dropped off at 9 p.m.
Correct, that's what
And
he
that's
told
what
us.
Dr. Byrd told you.
Yes.
All right. And also, it looks like if you look at the middle part of the second page of your investigative report, it says, quote, Byrd affirms that he does not believe his reallocation was based on any expectation that he remained silent about this trip. You see that?
Correct, he said that.
Okay, that's what he told you.
Correct.
And do you have any evidence to the contrary?
The only thing I would say to the contrary is that the timing seems odd.
The
In that-
timing seems
In
odd.
that there was a letter, as my understanding, for the reallocation communicated to.
Did you see the letter?
I did not.
So
This is-
you didn't even see the letter.
Correct, I did not see a letter.
So you're going on supposition.
No, I'm going on a conversation with John Understall when he and Bianca came to my office.
Okay, what did John Understall tell you? He's in the room and we might call him back, but what did he tell
John
you?
Understall talked about when they received the letter, which was also on the 3rd
On the 3rd of,
July.
did he point out to you the fact that months prior, they had discussed that?
He did share that he also thought that the reallocation had been in the works for a while, but he was confused about some communication that Director Gray was having with Alonzo Williams, I believe, that day regarding Anthony's qualifications for the position.
Well, let's go to your report. First page of your report, 8/19/2024. When you met with John Understall, you says, John confirms that the EA2 position allocation had been in the works several months prior to the alleged incident.
He did.
Okay, so he told you that. Yet in your mind, somehow you still believe that this reallocation was tied to this $170.30 trip?
That's not the investigation we pursued. We stuck to the director's conduct in this situation. I personally find it interesting that the timing of the letter or the timing of the reallocation happens on July 3rd, but we are not insinuating
Right.
from this that she reallocated him just
Right.
because of that day.
So that doesn't form a part of your charges, right?
No.
Because you had nothing to back that up other than this hunch.
Dates.
I'm sorry?
Dates. The date it happened.
The date, just the mere fact that it happened, it was in process for months, according to John Understall. And then it came about around the same time, right?
Correct.
All right. And you were aware of the fact that they worked the entire time they were going to Jeff City. You were aware of that, right?
They said, meaning Anthony said and Director Gray said, that they took work calls.
They took work calls, they had Zoom calls, they told you quite a bit of what they did, right?
They both said that they were working.
Right, and you don't have anything as you sit here today to refute that.
I'm not saying that they weren't working.
Okay, so that's undisputed, right?
Correct.
And it was a short work day, right?
It was not.
It was not, it was a full work day.
It was.
And do you know what time she started working that work day?
I do not.
Okay, but you do know that she was not a 9-to-5 employee, right?
Yes.
And she worked after hours, right?
Yes.
She worked before hours, right?
Yep.
You also know that she was entitled to compensation and reimbursement for the use of her personal city vehicle, her personal vehicle for city business. You were aware she was entitled to reimbursement for that, right?
I am aware that city employees are generally, you can get that reimbursement. I am unaware of her ever requesting it.
Right, but you're aware of that, that's part of that employee use policy, right?
You can get reimbursed, yes.
Okay, and she never submitted such reimbursement,
Not to my knowledge.
right? Even if she was driving all around the city in her personal vehicle, right?
I wouldn't have been the one to receive a reimbursement request, but I also I don't have any knowledge of her submitting one.
Right, and if she didn't submit one, wouldn't that suggest that she wasn't aware of the fact that she could submit one?
I don't know what it suggests.
Okay, you don't have any clue. Gotcha. Now, were you involved in any discussions with anyone involving the replacement of the director of the city jail?
The replacement, you mean of Jennifer Clemens Abdullah?
Well, I wasn't gonna use the
Sorry.
name, so I'm glad you did.
She's not the only commissioner we've
Let me
had, sir.
object to
That's why I was asking.
relevance.
All right, when did this take place?
When did this take place?
Are-
Just the date,
So
this discussion.
there were two we've had,
Okay, well, let's talk about the one you were aware of, because you seem to know where I'm going. So,
I don't actually, but if you're referring to, could you restate
the
your
most
question maybe?
recent director, okay? And you identified her as Jennifer Clemens Abdullah. Recall that?
Yes,
And at some point, she went on an FMLA leave, right?
correct.
All right, do you recall discussing with anybody a possible replacement of her while she was on that FMLA leave?
She,
Can I again lodge an objection? I mean, I really don't know what the director of public safety, why that's relevant to this.
Well, it's another instance of political interference in our view.
It doesn't relate to this director of personnel.
It relates to political interference by your client who has a pattern and history of such political interference.
Again, this does not relate to this director of personnel.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection insofar as it is purported to relate to political interference. However, purported meaning, I really haven't heard enough about, I mean, you know, what year was this?
Okay.
Who was the person having a discussion, and what's the status that, you need to fill in those blanks
Yeah.
before I can really rule on the objection as to whether or not it's relevant.
Okay. You recall discussions regarding Jennifer Clemens Abdullah that you had at a time when she was on FMLA leave, correct?
well, she was under, I mean, of course, we talked about we being, in general, people wanted to know who was going to be in charge of the jail, or if even Jennifer was coming back, which we didn't know at that point.
Okay.
The director of public safety was reviewing disciplinary action against the commissioner
But had
prior
not-
to her leaving
Had
on
not,
FMLA.
but he had not issued that, right?
I believe he had issued I don't know exactly the date of his
Okay.
correspondence with her, but I believe he had already told her about the discipline
Tell
she
me
was
about
facing.
discussions you had with her possible replacement. Let's talk about that.
Eventually, down the road, Doug Burris is now the interim commissioner of the jail. He came on as a consultant to advise the administration on things that could be changed after.
Was he political appointee or was he a civil servant when he was brought on as a consultant?
He was just a consultant, so like
To
a
the mayor.
vendor.
To the mayor,
Well, the director of public safety.
okay. And?
So he was a vendor.
Okay,
After the disciplinary proceedings moved forward with Commissioner Clemens Abdullah, then ultimately, as decisions were made there, the decision was made to put Doug in as the provisional appointment by the director of public safety.
okay. Do you recall a discussion or communication from the Director of Personnel about the offensive violence prevention?
Could you be more specific?
Okay, well, let's be more specific by directing your attention. Do you have Exhibit 41?
I have up to 40. Is it in the other smaller one? I have a 40. Maybe there's just no more tabs for it. No, I have till 40.
Do you recall a memo from, an email from the Director of Personnel expressing concern about the efforts to place an individual out there at the Office of Violence Prevention? Does that refresh your recollection at all?
She sent an email to the director of public safety about the then what we the provisional appointment of an employee to that position.
Okay, and in fact, she raised some objections about that. Isn't that true?
She said that he did not meet the minimum qualifications, I believe.
Okay. And do you have any reason to dispute whether or not he met those minimum I'm going to hand you Respondents Exhibit 41.
I would say that the candidate does meet the minimum qualification. There's a big old "or" in the job qualifications for that position, and the specific candidate that we're talking about had significant relevant experience. But the Director of Personnel made the determination that he did not meet the minimum qualifications.
And that's her purview. I think you testified to that earlier,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Right. She would have had the information regarding what his qualifications were for that particular position, correct?
I believe so.
Right. And she would have the list of qualifications that needed to be met for that particular position, right?
Correct.
And she made the judgment that he didn't meet those qualifications, correct?
She did make that judgment.
All right. And so yet he was out there anyway, right?
He is an advisory role in the sense that much like we've had other employees in the mayor's office provide assistance when we've had gaps in staffing, but he's not on the TO for public safety. He's not appointed as any sort of provisional position. He is still serving as the chief equity officer in the mayor's office.
He's still on the mayor's payroll, right?
Correct.
But he's out there in a position that requires civil service bona fides, right?
He is providing assistance. He is not in a supervisory role. He does nothing where he signs off on any sort of thing that would put him in an appointing authority type position.
Do you know if he's holding himself out as the new director of office?
No, he is not.
I'm sorry?
To my knowledge, he is not.
Okay. So if the director testifies that he has been, you wouldn't have any reason to refute that, would you?
I do not believe that he has held himself out that way.
That wasn't my question, ma'am.
Could you state it again?
If the director gets up on that stand and testifies under oath that he is holding himself out in that capacity, you wouldn't have any reason to refute that, would you?
I speak to this person on a frequent basis. I know him personally not to be holding himself out that way.
Well-
So I would be puzzled by that testimony.
Well, why is he out there? How many days a week is he out there?
I'm not sure how many days of the week he goes out
But you
to
talk to him every
OVP.
day, so he didn't tell you how many days? he was
I
out
don't
there?
track his activities
Oh.
in terms of I don't track, every single movement that he makes.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So you don't know how many days he's out there a week, right?
I don't know that there's any sort of exact schedule.
Okay, let me hand you, let him hand you what's been marked as Respondent Exhibit 43. And we have to make sure everybody has copies of 43. Do you have copies of 43? He has some extra copies. Now, what is Respondent's Exhibit 43?
Looks like an email from Director Gray to Director Coyle, and CCing myself and Jared.
And that's dated December 5, 2024 at 7:13 p.m., right?
Yes.
After hours, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in here, she is advising both Director Coyle as well as you and Jared about recent communications and a subsequent evaluation about this assignment to the Commissioner of OVP, which is Office of Violence Prevention, correct?
OVP is the Office of Violence Prevention.
And it says, unfortunately, it has been determined that he does not meet the minimum qualifications required for this role, right?
Yes.
Okay. And despite that, you received that before he was even sent out there, right?
I don't know, I don't remember the date that Will stopped being the commissioner. It was sometime, mid-November? So I don't know if this individual had visited OVP before that.
Okay, and in this communication, the director says, we have received a total of 34 applications for this role. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And so, and she was suggesting that we go through the process of selecting in accordance with the civil service rules, right?
Correct, and I believe Director Coyle is doing interviews to that effect.
Okay, but in the meantime, somebody from the mayor's office is out there.
In the meantime, Director Coyle is the appointing authority. No one is serving as the commissioner of the Office of Violence Prevention.
In the meantime, you identified an individual on the mayor's payroll who's out there some amount of time per week, right?
He is providing assistance, but he is not the commissioner of the Office of Violence Prevention.
Okay. But he's from the mayor's staff and he's out there,
Correct.
despite the suggestion that he's not qualified.
This says he's not qualified to be the commissioner of the Office of Violence Prevention. He is not acting as the commissioner of the Office of Violence Prevention.
Did you ever have any discussion with Mr. John Understall about him being the director of the Office of Personnel?
Yes, we've had conversations with John. In the event that Director Gray is no longer in her role, would he consider a provisional appointment?
Okay, let's talk about those discussions. When did those discussions take place?
When we decided to move forward with the termination of Director Gray.
Way back in August, correct?
Yes.
Did you understand he might be a witness in this case when you made that offer to him that he would be the one to succeed the current director of personnel?
Him being a witness certainly wasn't on my mind.
It wasn't on your mind, right? So,
Your Honor, let me just object. I mean, I think we're at the time allotted for direct.
Well, we'll give you 1 minute we were right, not maybe, we didn't have a stopwatch.
well, I think there
You
was
might
some
have one more
objection
question.
too.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Okay, so that never entered your mind, the fact that you were offered a position to someone who could be a material witness in this case? You didn't think about that?
What was on my mind was that in the event that the director was no longer in the position, if that's ultimately what gets decided here, was that we would need someone in a provisional role.
And you reached out to him
Correct.
and suggested he would be the one?
We asked if he would be interested in it, so we would kind of know what we're dealing with in the event that this pans out with the termination.
And then who would make that appointment?
The mayor would make a provisional appointment.
Under the new rules that she pushed through, correct?
My understanding is she would make a provisional appointment. I wasn't involved in the rulemaking process.
Fair enough. If I'm at time, I will pass the witness.
Okay. All right, then, Mr. Harris, have any questions?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you were just talking about this
333.
this idea of discussions with John Understall about potentially being a provisional appointee. Is that like an interim appointee?
Yes,
Okay. In order to fill a space in the event that the director is no longer in the space.
to keep things running, yeah.
Okay. That's a responsible thing to do, right?
I think so.
Okay. Otherwise, you're just kind of sitting out there and you don't have anyone at the helm.
Correct.
Okay. I want to get back to this reemployment, this matter of the reemployment list related to Rick Frank. I think you said a couple of times she sat on the letter.
My understanding is she had the letter for a very long time. I know Rick talked about it being spring of 2024. I actually thought it was earlier than that.
Okay. But in any event, as you understood it, he had made this application for reemployment.
Correct.
And he's required to be placed on a list.
Yes.
And you all had been talking, when I say you all, you and Jared, you had been talking with the director periodically. You have regular catch-up meetings.
Weekly check-ins generally.
Weekly check-ins. And during some of these check-ins, I mean, did you talk about this idea of Rick Frank being on a list?
We knew that we talked about the potential existence of a letter and if she'd gotten the letter and when she'd gotten the letter and what was coming with the letter.
Okay. I mean, and at that time, the director of personnel position was filled, right?
Correct.
It was filled by this director, is that right?
Correct.
It's Director Sonia Jenkins Gray.
Correct.
Nevertheless, he needed to go on a list somewhere, right?
Correct.
Is it possible that that's why you all were thinking about, okay, what about other places he could go?
Well, any objection because it calls for speculation about what is possible.
You want to rephrase it? Objection sustained.
I mean, is that where you were thinking?
Was I thinking he needed to end up on a list and we should see if there were other positions available? Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. So this wasn't just you guys in a vacuum, Rick Frank, let's find some place to put him.
No, this wasn't a vacuum. She had a letter.
She had a letter, and so he had to go on a list. Okay. you were asked if the director and Mr. Byrd were working during the time that they took this trip to Jefferson City, right?
Correct.
And they each told you they were working.
Correct.
And then Mr. Norwood said, well, you have anything to dispute that? And you didn't have anything to dispute that.
No.
Did you have anything to confirm that they were working?
No.
So all you knew was that's what they both told you.
Correct.
The two people who were using this vehicle on a workday on a trip to Jefferson City, right?
Correct.
Those are the ones who told you, well, we were working too.
Correct. They said they were working.
Okay. I suppose one of the things that the director was doing on this trip was sending a letter to promote Mr. Byrd.
That's my understanding.
Because that happened on July the 3rd, didn't it?
Correct.
Okay. And I know you said that, you know, Mr. Byrd said that he didn't think that that reclassification was related to this trip, right?
Yes.
And, you know, Mr. Unnestraw said that, you know, this had been in the works for some time.
Correct.
But again, you noted, I think, in your testimony, that it's interesting that it happened on July the 3rd.
Yes, and John Understall, I believe in his letter as well, notes some confusion about the correspondence that they got on July 3rd.
Okay, and the confusion was what?
That she was noting characteristics of Anthony's exceptional performance in this reallocation, which isn't typical, is my understanding.
Okay. And she also had, Understall had said that she had complained about his performance, didn't he?
Correct.
Okay, and yet, not 2 weeks later, on July the 3rd, she's directing that he be promoted.
She seemed to change course.
Okay. And with respect to, you know, the investigation or looking into the allegations here, you didn't just talk to Mr. Byrd, right?
No.
Talked to Bianca.
We did?
All right, and she told you that the director admitted to the trip and the reasons therefore.
Correct.
Okay. So it's not just Anthony Byrd that you all were relying on in this investigation?
No. Bianca had talked to him, or talked to the director, rather. John had been witness to that conversation between her and the director herself admitted that she took this trip for personal reasons.
Okay. And then, you know, I know that you were asked about, you know, whether or not Dr. Byrd told you that the director said that they took the trip because she wanted to confront her husband. He never said that to you, right?
No.
Okay. And the director told you that she went there to retrieve some personal papers.
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that having investigated the matter and talked to people and gotten, you know, gotten the information in your interviews, including with the director, I mean, is it fair to say that you didn't believe that she just went to retrieve some papers?
No, I did not believe that.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. It's now how much? 3:40.
Okay. Okay, so you didn't believe her sworn testimony that she went to retrieve some personal papers, right?
Based on what we had heard from others and the other evidence we collected, no, I did not believe that.
Okay, what you heard from Dr. Byrd, who said he didn't know why they went, right? You understood that?
What I heard from Dr. Byrd, what I heard from
Okay, hold on a second.
Bianca.
Let's take them one witness at a time. Okay, so we can check off Dr. Byrd. He doesn't know why, right? So he's done. He was there, right? Right?
He doesn't know why what?
Why she went to Jeff City, or whether or not. Let me ask this way. He didn't know whether or not she went to retrieve personal papers, which is what she told you, right?
Right.
All right. That's what she told you. That's what she testified under oath about. And other than your disbelief about that being a proper reason, you don't have any reason to suggest that that wasn't her intention when she texted him to go to Jeff City, right?
I'm not a mind reader. I can't know her
Okay.
intention.
Well, neither am I, right? So you don't know, I don't know. Only she knows, right? Is that a yes?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you said in response to his question that on the question of whether or not they were working when they went,
Yes.
and he said, she said it, he said it, and there were other people who they were working with at the office that you could have reached out to check to see if in fact they had a Zoom call, to check to see if they had a meeting, right? You could have checked with those folks in personnel to verify whether or not she was lying and he was lying about the fact that they were conducting business all along the way, right? You could have done that.
We could have done that.
But you didn't.
Our
But
investigate.
you didn't.
I did not
But
investigate.
you did not. Is that a yes or no?
I did not investigate if she was working on the way to Jefferson City.
Okay. You didn't do it.
Correct. I did not
Okay.
investigate that.
Fair enough. Now, this investigation, how many hours did you all put in this investigation?
It was the majority of hours from the time we learned about it until the time she received the termination letter.
Okay, let's take a look at your log, and let's look at the majority of the hours that you spent in that investigation, right? On 8/19, you met with Mr. Understall and Bianca Lambert, right?
Are you on 28 again?
I'm on 28 again, yes.
Okay.
Okay, and you met with them at 10 a.m., right? On
Yes.
8/19, right? How long did that meeting last?
Probably about an hour.
Okay, so we got 1 hour, all right? Then the next part of the investigation was at 1:30, right?
Correct.
And there you met with Director Gray and Mr. Boyd in interviewing the director, correct?
Correct.
At 1:30 p.m., right?
Correct.
How long did that last?
Probably about an hour.
Okay, that's another hour. So we're up to 2 hours. All right, and then there was a meeting at 4:37 p.m. with Dr. Anthony Bird, you and Jared, right?
Correct.
How long did that meeting last?
Probably about an hour.
Okay, so 3 hours on 8/19, right?
Of talking to people, of
Okay,
interviewing
talking to
people.
Okay, and then you talked to people, and then what else did you do that day related to the investigation?
Then we went to pursue Jared requested the car log.
Okay,
Um,
and you
then
never saw that, right?
I saw the car log.
Oh, I thought you testified last time you didn't see the car log.
No, you asked me if I had seen if it said city on it. And
Okay.
I said, it says city, and then you asked some other questions about that.
So
But
you
I had
did see
seen
the
the
car
car
log?
log. Yes, I had seen the car log.
Okay, and you saw the fact that there was 400 and plus excess miles on that car log, right?
Yes,
All right, and you also saw that instead of saying Jeff City, it said city, right?
yes,
And you knew that it was communicated by Director Jenkins Gray to Dr. Bird that they were going to Jeff City, right?
correct. It was never disputed that they were going to
Okay,
Jeff
so
City.
the log was false, right?
The log said, the log said city as destination. It should have said Jefferson City.
Right, and you knew that during this investigation, right?
I knew that the log said city
Right, and you knew it was wrong because they went to Jeff City,
because they
right?
both told me they went to Jefferson
Right,
City.
and you never followed up to report that to anyone, right?
I did not report the log.
Right, even though under the code of conduct, you're responsible for reporting that, right?
I don't know if I'm responsible for reporting the log from the log itself. The log lives in the comptroller's office. So to me, that information is already in the comptroller's office. But in terms of, I did not
there are
report.
thousands of logs in the comptroller's office, right?
There's only one vehicle log in the comptroller's office, but I did not report the taking out of the car to the comptroller's office further than there already existed a record.
Okay, so you didn't reach out to the comptroller's office, right?
I did not.
Didn't reach out to the acting director of personnel in the form of Sylvia Donaldson, right?
I did not reach out to Sylvia
All
about
right.
the car log.
All right. And what about the 400 and plus hours? Who did you talk to about that?
We heard the explanation that Anthony gave around the 400 plus hours or miles.
Oh, I'm sorry, miles.
Miles.
My mistake. Miles.
We heard Anthony's explanation about the various places that he took her
Okay.
other than Jefferson City.
Okay, and you think that was 480 miles?
I have
To
no
the
idea where
casino?
all those locations are in terms of where her house or her daughter's house is and all that, but
Okay.
some additional miles would be
Okay.
accounted for by that.
400 and something miles?
I don't know the totality of that trip, and Anthony also had the car out for more days, so I'm not saying that those 400 miles are all
Right,
with Director Gray in the car.
But did you inquire of anybody what those extra miles were? Since, according to you, that would be a violation of the vehicle use policy, right?
We did not, beyond Anthony's testimony as to where they have been, we did not inquire further about the miles.
Why not?
We were looking into the issue of taking a car for personal business.
Right.
Anthony was clearly involved in that. We looked at the car log. The car log exists in the comptroller's office. We had the information we needed to understand what had happened that day on July 3rd.
And you ignored 400 extra miles, which is twice the distance round trip to Jefferson City?
I didn't ignore them, but we didn't report Anthony for them.
Why not?
I suppose we could have, in addition to the investigations into Director Gray. However, that log already existed in the comptroller's office.
Okay, you could have. I'm saying, I'm just break it down. You said, you just testified you could have. Did you just testify that you could have?
I suppose we could have also
Could have,
reported
but you
Anthony
did not.
We were engaged in an investigation as to the director's trip to Jefferson City that day. We are not, meaning me and Jared, are not Anthony Byrd's appointing authority. That is Director Gray, who handles all discipline for her employees.
But you understand there's a whistleblower statute that says, and the code of conduct that says if you become aware of wrongdoing, you're supposed to tell somebody.
That record already existed in the comptroller's office. I did nothing to report Anthony Byrd's driving of that car beyond this investigation.
Right. And so in that sense, you violate the code of conduct as well, right?
I have said multiple times I did not report him.
And therefore, you violated the code of conduct because you're aware that the code of conduct required you to talk to somebody about that, right? You're the investigator.
His appointing authority was well aware that he had taken a trip with her, and discipline could occur from his appointing authority.
When did the director find out about the extra 480-something miles?
I don't know when she found that out.
You don't know when she found out, or
but
if
she was sitting in the car next to him.
She found out in conjunction with these proceedings, right?
I do not know when she found out. She was sitting in the car next to him when they took the trip, though.
But she wasn't with him doing that 450 miles?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you don't care.
It's not that I don't care, sir. I don't know if she was sitting with him for any of those additional miles. It
Well,
would
he
seem
didn't
so.
tell you that she was sitting with him for those 400 and something miles because you didn't ask him about the other 400 and something miles, right?
I did not ask him about the additional miles beyond what he had already told us of the additional locations they had gone. I didn't ask for mileage on all those locations.
Okay, so if it was 400 extra miles, that didn't raise, you had a lot of supposition about what she was saying wasn't accurate, but it didn't dawn on you the fact that, you know, it's only 200 and something miles back and forth to Jeff City, but an extra 400 miles on that log. You didn't care about that, right?
It's not that it...
Asked and answered.
I'll withdraw the question. So, we were talking about the hours of investigation. We tallied 3 hours so far, and we talked about ordering the vehicle log. How long did it take you to review the log?
Jared was the one who requested the log, so I don't know how long it took for him to get that log. There were other actions that we took as well. For example, requesting written statements.
Okay, how long did that take?
That took some time because we wanted to make sure that those were legally compliant. So,
How much time?
Sir, I can attest that that investigation and all the communications around it and figuring out the correct process to move forward, that took the majority of my time that week.
Okay. The majority of your time that week. Okay, the 3 hours of interviews and then the rest of the week you were doing what? That's what I'm trying to understand.
We were communicating with the individuals who had testified or who had given their interviews to us to get written statements back from them.
Okay.
We were trying to figure out the process with the city councilor's office. We were trying to figure out how this would all move forward.
Right. And you were also communicating with the mayor to keep her apprised of what was going on, right?
As I mentioned before, Jared was engaged in those communications with the mayor.
All right. One second. When did you prepare the letter?
The city councilor's office prepared the letter.
Okay, so the city council's office provided...
They assisted Jared in creating the letter.
I'm
sorry, they assisted Jared in creating the letter.
They, who is the they?
They, the city councilor's office.
Who in the city council's office?
Specifically, Sheena Hamilton was involved, but I don't know if any additional council was
Okay.
involved.
So Sheena Hamilton was involved in crafting the letter that was ultimately sent to Director Sonia Jenkins Gray.
Yes, she was involved
Okay.
in that process.
And did the city council know that at the time that letter was sent, that there had not been a hearing set before the commission?
I don't know what Sheena knew.
Okay. Did you all tell her that?
I did not communicate with Sheena or anyone about hearing dates.
Okay, all right. I have no further questions.
Any cross,
Yes.
briefly?
Ms. Baker, if you had learned that, Anthony Byrd, say, after July 3rd, on July 4th through the 10th, when he returned the car, you had learned that he drove down to New Orleans, down there to celebrate, and then drove back home. Then drove to, I don't know, Niagara Falls, and then drove back home. Would that have changed, your investigation as it relates to the director?
No,
Why not?
because that would be a violation that we needed to report to his appointing authority, who is the director. And it wouldn't have changed what we knew about Director Gray taking a a city vehicle for a personal purpose with a city employee to Jefferson City.
All right, that's all I have.
All right, that's all then for Ms. Baker. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Free to resume your duties. It's now 5 minutes, 6 minutes to, I think, 8 minutes to 4 o'clock. Any other witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, cool. You got one here? Restroom break?
Yeah, can we take
Oh,
a
let's
10-minute
take about
break?
15-minute break.
Great, thank you.
We are on the record again, back after a restroom break. Another witness, it's 4:15.
Yes, I would like to call Reverend Darrell Gray to the stand.
Reverend Gray. Reverend, if you'd please step up and be sworn.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, Reverend, if you please take your seat. And I believe he's ready. You may proceed.
Okay, good morning. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Darrell Gregory Gray.
Okay, and what is your relationship to Sonia Jenkins Gray?
She's my wife.
And how long have you been married to Director Sonia Jenkins Gray?
10 years.
And how old are you, sir?
70.
All right. And you've been married before, is that right?
Yes.
And your ex-wife lives in, where does she live?
Kansas City.
All right. And do you have a child with your ex-wife?
Yes.
All right. What is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in political science with a minor in mass communication, and I'm 6 credit hours away from a master's degree in divinity.
In divinity?
Divinity.
Okay. And what churches have you been a part of?
I have been a pastor for 41 years. I've pastored 4 churches. Currently, I am the senior pastor of the Greater Fairfax Missionary Baptist Church here in St. Louis.
Okay, and then just for the record, what other churches have you?
I've pastored the Guysborough Road United Baptist Church in Nova Scotia, Canada. I have pastored the Union United Church in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I founded and co-pastored the Imani Family Church in Montreal, and now I'm here.
All right. Do you consider yourself a social activist?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I'm an advocate, social justice advocate. I participate in organizing and planning activities around issues pertaining to criminal justice reform, prison reform, political education, political engagement, voter registration, issues relating to marginalized community, disadvantaged communities, vulnerable communities.
Okay. And could you tell the commission, was it your activism that even brought you to the city of St. Louis?
I came here after Mike Brown was killed,
I came here in 2015 to organize and work with frontline activists in Ferguson. I was working with the Southern Christian Leadership Conference at the time.
Okay. Now, do you have a current lawsuit against the city of St. Louis?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was participating and organizing with frontline activists and a group called Expect Us after the Jason Stockley verdict of 2017. In September of that year, I was confronted and accosted and was a victim of police violence somewhere around end of September.
And you have sued the city of St. Louis?
Yes.
Is that lawsuit currently pending?
Still pending.
All right. Now, the Detention Facilities Oversight Board, do you have a role in that particular board?
Yes, I currently serve as chair of the St. Louis Detention Facility Oversight Board.
And what is that? Is it DCOB? Is that the acronym?
DFOB?
DFOB, I'm sorry, DFOB. Is that the acronym?
Yes, sir.
And how did that oversight board come about?
The oversight board came about as a result of recommendations from a corrections task force that was created by former Mayor Lyda Krewson. We conducted an analysis on conditions in the jail as a result of several riots that took place in the jail. And Mayor Krewson asked me to serve on that task force. I served as chair. One of the recommendations that came from the task force, out of 86 recommendations, was a recommendation to create an oversight board, which I crafted. It was then sent by Mayor Krewson to the Public Safety Committee under the leadership of former Alderman Joe Vaccaro. Between the Public Safety Committee, the mayor's office, at that time it was current Mayor Jones, her office, myself and Adolphus Pruitt, together we crafted the legislation to create the oversight board.
And let me, before you continue, who's Mr. Pruitt?
He's the president of the NAACP in the city of St. Louis.
Okay, you can continue.
Together, we crafted the language and representation from the city attorney's office. Crafted the language. It was submitted by, I believe, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, and passed the board of alderpersons, and subsequently signed by the mayor. I was appointed. There were 9 people on the board, 6 appointed by the mayor, 3 appointed by the Public Safety Committee, and I was appointed by former Alderman Joe Vaccaro from the Public Safety Committee to serve, and I've been serving for the last 3 years.
And you are the current chair of the DFOB?
Yes, I've served as chair for the last year and a half.
And what does the DFOB do?
We are responsible for oversight of the corrections facility, conditions, management, training, basically all policies, procedures, conditions. Our responsibility is to give oversight. We also, the DFOB staff investigates complaints. The board of the DFOB will review those complaints and make recommendations as to disposition, and make recommendations and give advice to the Public Safety Committee and the Director of Public Safety.
Had you in that role had problems getting access to that jail?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
For, I would suspect, the first 2.5 years, we were not able to gain access. And when we say access, I think we did a tour or two of specific floors and areas in the detention center. But the access that we were requiring was access to files, access to complaints, access to detainees, access to dorm representatives, access to information as it pertained to complaints that had been issued by detainees, either current or past. We had trouble getting that information. One of our board members had trouble getting access to the building after the untimely death of one of the detainees and was subsequently arrested. We have been denied access to do what we call pull-up tours, which means the ordinance gives us the authority to have access to the facility upon request. And so we've made requests, we've tried to get access to the facility in order to investigate, observe the health unit or the kitchen or the processing unit. And to date, we have been denied 98% of our requests.
All right. And when was the DFOB formed?
3 years ago, I would say roughly 3 years, 1 month ago.
And that would have been under the current mayor, Tashara Jones?
Mayor Jones signed the ordinance, yes.
All right. And in that role, have you expressed criticism of Mayor Jones's administration?
I have, in my role on the DFOB, in addition to most of our board members, we have publicly expressed our criticism in the way that the correction center was managed, the problem or the restriction of our staff to receive information, to do adequate investigations. We have criticized the administration in a failure to provide that access, to provide questions to inquiries from the board. We've criticized the administration for not removing the commissioner, former commissioner, as a result of numerous deaths in the correction center without the ability of the oversight board to do its job. We've criticized the administration for failure to provide proper health services to detainees, for failure to provide proper access to detainees, to lawyers, for excessive use of force by COs, of locking detainees up 22 and 23 hours a day. We've lodged a lot of concern towards this administration on their lack of transparency and accountability in the way that the detention facility has been run, and our being denied access to do our job as an oversight board, and the DFOB staff being denied access to complaints in order for them to do their job. So it's safe to say that over the last 3 years, the DFOB board as a whole, and myself as chair, have lodged concerns.
Okay. Now, have you, separate and apart from the DFOB, have you been supportive of certain political candidates?
In the 10 years that I've been here, I've been involved with numerous political campaigns, from alderperson to state rep to state senate to gubernatorial races to congressional races to U.S. Senate races and gubernatorial races. So the simple answer is I've been politically involved in St. Louis for the last 10 years.
Okay. And at some time, were you supportive of Mayor Jones in her effort to become the first African-American woman mayor of the city of St. Louis?
I was a very staunch supporter of Mayor Jones in her run for mayor initially.
Okay, and what about former Representative Cori Bush?
One of the reasons that I came back to St. Louis in 2015-16, in addition to working with activists, is that former Congresswoman Bush asked me to come back to run her U.S. Senate campaign. So I ran her U.S. Senate campaign the first time she ran in 2016. I was her senior advisor when she ran for Congress 2 years after that.
Okay. And did there come a time when she was running for re-election that you decided to support Wesley Bell?
In the last election, I decided to support Congressman Wesley Bell over former Congresswoman Cori Bush because I disagreed primarily with her I disagree with her on a lot of issues.
Okay. And were you of the understanding that her and Mayor Jones were close?
That's been my understanding ever since former Congresswoman Bush has been involved. I was involved with Cori's first campaign.
Okay.
That was the first campaign that we reached out together, me as campaign manager and Cori as candidate, to then Mayor Jones when she wasn't the mayor. And so I was part of that initial relationship between Cori and Mayor Jones, and subsequently, and throughout that process, have been very much aware of the relationship that Mayor Jones and former Congresswoman Bush have had politically. They have been political allies.
Okay. And was it your understanding that once you came out in favor of Wesley Bell over Cori Bush, that displeased the mayor? Let's say that.
It has been said to me by numerous people, activists, elected officials, community leaders, who are supporters of Mayor Jones and who were supporters of Congressman Bush, that my supporting Wesley Bell did not sit well with the mayor.
Okay. Now let's focus on July 3rd, 2024. What did you do that morning?
That morning, I drove to Jefferson City to meet with my ex-wife.
Okay. Well, let's sort of take it frame by frame. Okay. How did you get to Jeff City?
I took my wife's car.
Okay. Did you and she that morning have any disagreements of any sort?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. And did she allow you to use her vehicle to make this trip to Jeff City?
Yes, she did. My car wasn't working.
Okay. And so you drove her car. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was the purpose of going to Jeff City?
To meet with my ex-wife. She had contacted me a few weeks prior to sign 2 sets of papers, one dealing with, both of them dealing with my son. One was an insurance policy, the other one was a legal document that she needed me to sign.
Okay, and why Jeff City of all
it was in the
places?
Middle, because she was in Kansas City and I was in St. Louis, and it was in the middle of the state.
Okay.
So it was convenient.
Okay. Did you drive up to Jeff City to have an affair with your ex-wife?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you know where this scurrilous rumor came out that you were going to Jeff City to have an affair with your ex-wife?
I have been told by a couple of media people that the rumor came out of the mayor's office.
Okay. Now, did you have any encounter with Sonia in Jeff City?
I had no encounter. I saw Sonia and Dr. Bird as they drove past me at an intersection. She waved at me and I waved at her.
Okay, was there any yelling?
We didn't talk.
Was there any fighting?
We didn't talk.
Do you have any handguns?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about Dr. Anthony Byrd. Do you know Dr. Anthony Byrd?
Yes.
Tell us how you interacted with Dr. Anthony Byrd.
I've always had very pleasant interaction with Dr. Byrd. He visited my church a couple of times, invited by my wife. In my comings and goings here, always, talk to him, always pleasant. I've been knowing him since he started working for my wife.
Did he attend social events with you and your family?
He attended my 70th birthday party.
Okay.
He and I, we've had breakfast together. We've smoked cigars together.
Okay.
So we've always had a very cordial, respectful, friendly relationship.
Would he have any reason to fear you?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Has he ever expressed to you any concerns about being fearful of you?
Absolutely not.
And he came to your birthday party, right?
Yes.
You all socialized together.
Yes.
It was pleasant socialization, celebrating your 70th birthday.
It was a little bit nerve-wracking for me, but I think for everybody else it was fun.
Okay. And during this trip to Jeff City, did you make any threatening gestures to Dr. Anthony Byrd?
Absolutely not.
Did you make any threatening gestures to anybody?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And at some point, did you ultimately return to St. Louis?
Yes, I did.
And did you see Sonia that evening?
Later that evening, it was, I don't recall the exact time, but it was after 9, after 10.
And where'd you see her? Where'd you encounter her?
At home.
At your home?
At home, yes.
Okay, so if the suggestion is she moved out of the house, that might have been something else that came from City Hall, right?
I don't know where it came from,
Okay.
but it's not true.
All right, and you all were there together?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ultimately explain to Sonia why you went to Jeff City?
Yes, I did. That evening when I spoke to her, actually, I apologize that I didn't tell her that I was going to Jefferson City to meet with my ex-wife.
Okay, for the purpose that you described?
Yes.
And not for the purpose of having an affair?
No, I explained to her exactly what it was.
Okay.
And we talked about it. She was obviously upset, but I apologized. I told her, I should have told her, but at the time, I had spoken to my ex-wife. I had reasons. At that time, I wanted to see the paperwork. I wanted to find out what it was that my ex-wife was asking me regarding the insurance policy and the other paperwork, and that's why I didn't tell Sonia. But that night, I told her exactly why I went.
How often do you interact with your ex-wife?
I have not seen my ex-wife in years. I think I may talk to her maybe once, twice a year, if that much. Sometimes we can go years and I don't speak to her.
Okay.
But, I mean, leading up to that, I think I may have talked to her once or twice. But like I said, we've gone years.
Okay, all right. I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross?
Yes, briefly.
Okay, and what time is it? 4:37.
I don't think this will take long.
Great.
Good afternoon, Reverend Gray.
Good afternoon.
You said that when you got back to home from Jefferson City that night, you spoke with your wife and explained to her why you took the trip.
Yes,
Not that morning, but that night.
that night.
Okay. And you apologized.
Yes.
She was upset.
Yeah.
Why was she upset?
She was upset because she had tried to reach me, and she couldn't reach me. And when she said to me, when we talked, she said, I couldn't reach you.
Okay.
And I explained to her what it was, and so that was the reason.
And then you you were asked about, your relationship with Anthony Byrd and how you talked about how you've had, pleasant interactions with him, cigars and breakfast and all that.
Yeah.
Okay. And you were asked if he has ever told you that he was fearful of you.
Right.
Do you think if he indeed was fearful of you for some reason, he would actually tell you?
I don't know.
Okay. You also said that you had a couple of media people tell you a rumor that this rumor came out of the mayor's office.
Yes,
Okay. And which media people were those?
I declined to give that information.
Okay. So we just got to accept that it was media people, but you're not going to tell us who they were.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. And then you talked about how during your tenure as chairman of the DFOB, you have these concerns about access to the jail.
Yes, sir.
And I think you mentioned that you expressed criticism of the Jones administration for various reasons, including that they did not remove, was it the commissioner?
Yeah, there were several reasons, and that was one of them.
Okay. Because for whatever reason, you thought that they should have removed the commissioner. Okay. I mean, do you know how difficult it is to remove someone like a director or a commissioner in the city of St. Louis?
I understand the civil service process, yes.
Okay, all right. So you understand if they scream like political interference, it's going to be tough.
Well, we didn't ask for them to remove her based on political interference. We asked that she be removed because there were 18 deaths under her watch. There were detainees who were being detained 22 and 23 hours a day. We had a detention facility oversight board that wasn't being allowed to do its job, and the mayor's response was to publicly give a glowing recommendation to this commissioner, and that was the reason. So we understood that the mayor couldn't just fire the commissioner, but part of the problem, sir, was that the administration wouldn't even acknowledge that anything was wrong.
Mm-hmm. To you?
No, to the DFOB, not necessarily to me.
I'm sorry, that's what I mean, to the DFOB.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
all right.
Yes, sir.
But again, I'm not saying that you all were asking her to get rid of the mayor for political interference. I mean, get rid of the commissioner for political interference. Right. I'm just saying that, you understand, you may want to remove a high-level official in the city, but I mean, it's quite a process, right?
I understand the civil service process, and I understand that if the civil service process is done properly, if there is due process, if there is rules and regulations that are followed, if the civil service process, as it is laid out, as I understand it, is done right, it should be difficult to get rid of a civil servant.
Okay, all right. We agree on that.
Okay.
All right, thanks. That's all I got.
Any redirect?
Yes.
All right. Order 17-2.
Thank you. Now, Reverend Gray, are you happy to be sitting up in here?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
First of all, that's my wife. Director, personnel, all this other stuff, that's my wife. And she's worked hard to get to where she is. She's capable and she's competent. She's caring. She's professional. And for me to have to sit here and ask a question about whether or not I've been unfaithful is insulting. For that to be part of this whole discussion, I don't work for the city. So you've got my wife, and the things that have been said about her, it's hard. It's hard for me as a husband to deal with, knowing that, because I see her every day. I see her getting up early in the morning. I see her coming home late at night. I see her working through the night. I see her working on Saturdays and Sundays. I see what she's put in to working for this city, to giving its best. And so, yes, hard. And then our family, to bring our family into this. Yeah, it's very difficult. I'd rather be anywhere else. I'd rather she be anywhere else. And the other concern I have, sir, is in listening to all of this, I'm not even sure at the end of the day, with all due respect to both of you and your capabilities, I believe that politically it's already a foregone conclusion that my wife is going to get fired anyway. So she's had to go through this. Our family has been, the stress level, my wife is losing weight, the stress level on our family, financially and otherwise, only knowing that at the end, none of this is going to matter, that's hard.
And when you say she's a hard worker, give us an example of what you're talking about. What are we talking about? She what? What time does she get up and start working? For the city?
For the city, 5 o'clock every day, even Saturdays. No matter what I say, honey, you don't have to do this today. If somebody calls, she's going to answer. If there's work to be done, she's going to do it. When she comes home, I probably shouldn't say this, she takes care of the dogs first. And she makes sure, you know, she looks at me and makes sure I'm all right. And then she's on her computer. She's on her work computer. Like I said, if somebody calls that night, she's answering. On the weekend, if somebody's calling, she's answering. On Sunday, probably shouldn't say this, in church, on that phone, if there's something she has to do, work-wise, she's going to do it. And so, yeah, that's who I've seen working. She gives more than what I think sometimes she ought to give, but she's director of personnel. To whom much is given, much is required.
Do you love your wife?
Immensely.
Does she love you?
I hope so. She's put up with me for this long. I think she does. I believe she does. Let me see. Yeah, she loves me.
Is it insulting for a lawyer to get up here and accuse you of infidelity as a reverend?
It would be insulting for anybody to accuse me, not simply as a reverend, but because it's not something I do. I'm not that person. If I was a reverend or a lawyer or a judge, that's just not who I am.
But let's
I'm not going to commit infidelity on my wife. I have not committed infidelity on my wife. As a reverend, I understand the public part of it, but just as a person, that's not who I am.
Well, but I'm talking about a reverend. You hold yourself out as being a man of God and the Lord, right?
If people felt that as a reverend I committed adultery, it could be devastating to my career.
All right. And you know, if the mayor's office gave a darn about that before they falsely accused you of sleeping around with your ex-wife?
I don't know what they think, but I know they continue to say it.
Okay, even though there's no shred of evidence to support it?
Absolutely not. There's no evidence to support it because it never happened, and it's unfortunate that they continue to say it.
Do you believe that the mayor has some ulterior motive in dragging both you and her through this fiasco?
Let me object. How can he know what the mayor's motives are?
I didn't ask for the mayor's motives. I asked him, do you believe that she has ulterior motives?
Well,
from your vantage point,
given
everything you've seen as it relates to this case.
How would that be relevant?
Well, I think it'd be highly relevant when we're dealing with character assassination by the chief executive of the city of St. Louis.
The witness is not the finder of fact.
The accusation about character assassination is not the question here. The question is, what does he believe? And that is not his job. The job of the commissioners is to decide what they believe based on the evidence heard by the witnesses. Now, he can testify about if he's been a witness to some type of political motivation or interference, but just for him to give his belief is a different thing.
Fair enough. Right? I have no further questions at this time.
All right.
Just briefly. I want to go back and ask you again. You mentioned that these rumors came from media people, and you're not going to tell us who
No.
they are. Okay, so we can't test that. So,
No,
okay.
I guess not.
All right. And then the DFOB was formed, you said, about 3 years ago?
A little bit over 3 years ago.
Okay. And then, and when did you start, when would you say you started, having criticism of the Jones administration as it relates to the DFOB?
I would say, to be honest, Mr. Harris, probably around 3 to 4 months in, our current commissioner, the first commissioner of the DFOB, Matt Brunnen, former FBI agent,
Okay.
expressed to the commission, to the board in writing, that he felt that the board and the staff were being denied access to the jail. It was through our former commissioner, Mr. Brumman, who alerted the board, who subsequently resigned as the commissioner, citing his belief that the DFOB would not get the support of this administration in doing its work. And so that was about 3 or 4 months in. I don't even think that Mr. Brumman lasted 6 months.
Okay. 3 or 4 months in, and if it started about 3 years ago, roughly 2022, somewhere in there?
Probably in there.
Okay. That's when kind of the problem started, and you started having concerns and expressed criticism of the Jones administration.
I think that is probably when we acknowledged that there were problems, but I don't think that we publicly criticized the administration that early on. I think that the public criticism, Mr. Harris, probably came after Matt had resigned, and maybe closer to maybe a year in, after I think we had tested it ourselves. I think it was one thing for Matt to say it. His leaving was kind of a shock for us. And then we had to go through our training, and I think it was probably after that the more public criticism came, and it came primarily from members of our board who were a lot more engaged in the community activist part of prison reform, where I wasn't. I was trying to be a vice chair. I was trying to kind of just, as my grandmother would say, keep it in the middle of the road. That's what I was trying to do. I was just trying to do our job. And then I think that after they left, I think that my criticism or concerns became more public, probably because they were not there. And so I ended up having to be chair and board advocate at the same time, which is not what I intended to do, but circumstances dictated that.
If you had to put a year on it, that your criticisms became, open and public, are we talking 2023, 2022, 2024?
I would probably say more 22. If we're looking at wait a minute, we're at 25 now, aren't we?
Yeah.
So probably more 23. Because Jennifer was there. We've had 18 deaths, so it's probably been, and I think there might have been 12 under Jennifer, so I would probably say 24, 23, maybe 23-ish.
Okay. You think the earlier part of 23?
I don't know, I can't remember.
Okay, all right. But bottom line is you had made, I take it, you had at least, you and maybe the board, had at least expressed concerns, if not publicly, then privately to the administration, right?
Yeah.
And then also publicly as well.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Again, and this is, you think 2023 is when the public.
I'm not going to sit here and try to give a definitive answer because I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember, I can't recall.
Okay, all right, thanks.
That's all for the Reverend? That would be redirect. I
Yeah,
don't think
yeah,
that's
yeah.
permitted. So-
And just a quick follow-up.
Well, I don't think that's permitted. We-
Well, he was able to, I recall
Well, his was
numerous
re-
instances where
recross.
he did recross. So now we got a new rule change now? that-
No, not a new rule change.
He's done a bunch of recross too, so just today was my first time doing a recross.
Right. Fair enough, fair enough.
All right. Reverend, I thank you, appreciate, but you are done.
Thank you.
And so with that, it is what time?
7 minutes.
Closing time.
Yeah.
All right. So tomorrow at 10:30, 10:30 is the starting time tomorrow. And Ms. Norwood, we got a witness. I expect that you, I'm presuming you got a witness at least one,
Maybe two,
and you think that'd be it then?
is there's a well, we're gonna talk about it, but I'm thinking two at most.
Okay, well, all right. You talk about that, and Mr. Harris, if you're going to have any rebuttal, I guess you would need to be ready to go with it perhaps, if you were going to have any.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Not encouraging you, don't get me wrong.
I'm not encouraging
Oh,
it
okay.
either.
Okay, all right. All right, with that, then I think we can go off the record, stop recording, and just come back tomorrow morning.